Okay.
Great. Why don't the recording started. I'm going to call the planning board meeting for the city of Boulder for Thursday, February 18th, 2021 into order. Is everybody hearing that?
Is it?
Okay. Okay, good. That stopped. Okay, so again, I'm calling the planning board meeting for tonight to order. And the first thing I'm going to do is turn it over to our moderator, Jean Gatta. And Jean, if you would go over the rules for our virtual meeting tonight, appreciate that.
Pull these up. There we go. Okay, welcome everyone. We appreciate you tuning in to the City of Boulder's Planning Board meeting tonight. We are aiming to keep these meetings respectful and orderly, and as such, we have some very specific protocol. Any activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. And just as it would be if we were meeting in person, the time for speaking or asking questions is limited, and that is to the public hearing portions. Either I or the board chair will recognize applicants or members of the public to speak, and we will unmute you at the appropriate times. We need anyone who's intending to address the board to please use a full name. If your full name is not currently displayed, please change it, or you can send it to me in the chat and I'm happy to change it for you. No video will be permitted except for board staff and applicants. All others will participate by voice only. If I can ask for the applicants to keep your camera off until the appropriate time when you have presentations, that would be awesome. Let's see. So Harmon or I or Cindy will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates the rules. So please don't do that. And this is really important. The chat function should only be used if for technical issues to communicate with me or with Cindy if she's the host. It's really hard for the folks in the meeting to stay focused on the content, and the chat should really not be used for any kind of commentary or questions beyond just simple, please change my name to this, or I'm trying to raise my hand and can't. And then only staff and board members will be allowed to share screens unless otherwise enabled. When we get to the public hearing, so we'll have the open public hearing, we will use the raise hand function for folks that would like to speak either under open comment or for the public hearing that is a little later in the meeting. You should find this either on the bottom of your screen. With some folks, you can find it under reactions, and that's where the raise hand function is. Anyone on the phone can use star, let's see, let me remember, *9 to raise hand. And let's see, we'll tee up several speakers at a time. Folks will have 3 minutes to address the board. I'll have a little timer, and I don't like to cut people off, but I will unmute. I will mute you just out of fairness to everyone if you go beyond 3 minutes. Let's see. We talked about the full name, and I think that's it.
All right, Jean, thank you very much for that. Yeah, and I just really want to reiterate that the piece about the chat function, because we're having a hearing tonight, and the only record of the hearing is going to be what is spoken for everyone to hear during the hearing. So nothing substantive whatsoever belongs in the chat. The first order of business on the agenda is to approve the minutes. Cindy has provided the January 21st, 2021 minutes for review. Everybody's had an opportunity to review them. I thought they were great, Cindy. I made no changes this month. Has everybody had an opportunity to review and make the changes that they needed to make? Are there any questions, or is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Okay, so do I have a second for John's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table from Gerstle, and it's been seconded by Smith, and the motion is to approve the January 21st, 2021 minutes. I'm gonna do a quick roll call vote. David Ensign?
Aye.
Okay, Sarah?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so they passed 7-0. Next order is the public participation portion of our hearing. And so this is for items this is for opportunity for members of the public who are here who want to address the planning board about items of general importance, but not items that are being heard tonight in our public hearings. And so last time we had some general public comment around the Marpa House use review, which has been continued, and which we're hearing the final continuation. I would think the final continuation of it tonight. Public comments closed on that. This general public comment period is not open for comment on the Marpa House or for the final plat. Well, I guess it is for the call-up item. Sorry. So if you have anything to say about the call-up item, that you can speak about. But the public hearing item that we have on the agenda tonight, which is site and use review application to redevelop 2727 29th Street, that is not for our public participation. If you want to speak to that item, you can speak to it after that public hearing. So I'm going to turn it over to Jean again to moderate public participation. And Jean, feel free to give anybody who wants to speak 3 minutes.
Can I just ask a quick question? If somebody from Marpa who was in the Marpa House neighborhood wanted to speak an open comment, since it's the hearing itself is a continuation, are they allowed to or not allowed to?
I thought I made it pretty clear. No, they are not allowed to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Harmon. I see one member with hand up at Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you can unmute and go ahead.
First of
Hey.
all, I'm not going to talk about Marpa House. I'm going to talk about spaces like Marpa House, which is what the city needs. Now, I don't know if you've noticed the homeless problem lately and the fentanyl deaths in Boulder, and a communal setting that's like a pre-existing building, like my house, okay, not Marpa House, like my house. You know, it's impossible to get anyone to work on your place in Boulder. It's $1 a square foot for deconstruction, so that means everyone's going to scrape. It's a scrape and burn policy, and it just drives up the land value. And you know, the house next door didn't count because it was a demolition after sale, because they scraped it, and it's the climber that lives there, you know, built a great house, but that doesn't help the land value in Boulder. And he was trying to keep part of that house, but you know, the foundation wasn't good enough, what have you. But if you've got to set up something in the planning board or in the land use codes that encourage people to keep the places that they have. The other thing I wanted to talk about was last night, CU South. This is really, I sent a letter. I spent all day yesterday going through that tape from last night. It's stunning what happened. Basically, there was a below the radar coup, just like Trump, just like the insurrection, that went to setting up council members from the subcommittee of the CU South process subcommittee to remove themselves from there to get on to a council objective that is going towards annexation of CU South. Now, if you want to talk about planning in Boulder, you need to talk about a 300-acre university, the size of the one we have now, 35,000 people. That's a huge stress to Boulder. That's a huge demand on the jobs housing imbalance, not balance. The first thing you should be thinking of with every project you're looking at is the jobs housing imbalance. And by giving subsidies, by heightening the land value, You are countering every single board, and I follow 8 of them in the city of Boulder. It's just not going. So please keep your eyes open to what's really happening here, because I'm thinking, hundreds of years from now, what Boulder is going to be. And I think we need that long view, because you can't just keep on subsidizing and develop obsolescent housing. It's not viable.
Thanks,
Time's
Lynn.
up, Lynn. Thank you. Okay, we also
Any
have
other-
Daniel Harburger. Daniel, you can go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I just wanted to speak briefly, kind of in generality, about the importance of accountability, which I feel like is oftentimes overlooked when coming up with deals with new developments. I find that, oftentimes there's this tension between community and between developers, and what I think sometimes frustrates community members is that there is no strong or clear kind of legal accountability that holds developers to their word when new projects are put forth. It seems like there's oftentimes a desire for people to say, oh, we'll do this and we'll do that, and this could be in large new projects, large new developments, in North Boulder or East Boulder or whatnot, or it could also be on kind of redevelopments or expansions upon existing properties. But it feels like as the community or as a member of the community, the lack of accountability and kind of enforcement capability of the claims of developers is a real fear and a real risk. So for instance, the idea that, if one were to build a bunch of new units and now all of a sudden an area where previously there was, a single property that would be held to say 3 violations now would take many violations before, legal recourse. I know that's a big fear for myself, and I know that's a big fear for the community for different projects. So I would just say it's really important, at least to me, that accountability be considered in new development projects and expansions upon existing development projects. And I would love if maybe in the future there could be something written into the code or some further clarity presented that would allow a more kind of like an easing of the tension, so that people would know that accountability was being really clearly baked into new development projects and into expansions of existing developments. So again, like accountability is just the one thing that I think would be so helpful for helping the community feel at ease about different projects. And I feel like adding teeth to different agreements or to different proposals, that seems to be missing by and large. So that's my one point, my one topic. I really appreciate you guys having the patience and willingness to listen to me here, and I won't talk any further. So thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. I'm seeing one other hand up, Stepanek. If this person could, you can go ahead, but please give us your full name. Okay.
Stepanek, if you want to speak, you got to unmute.
Unmute.
There you go.
Joe Stepanek at 720 11th Street. Own the property at 850 and 844 12th Street, so we're well aware of the neighborhood concerns and simply appreciate the chance to share and to support those concerns with respect to Marpa House issues.
Hey, Joe, we're not talking about Marpa House in general public comment. I don't know if you missed the beginning of the meeting.
I
But
did.
this
I'm
is an
sorry.
ongoing continued. Sorry,
Please.
it's a continuation, and public comments closed for this matter. So
That's
we
fine.
can't be taking more comments. Thank you.
I understand. I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the hands we have for open comment. Back to you, Harmon.
Okay, well, thank you members of the public for bringing those items to our attention. And now the first item in discussions of dispositions, planning board call-ups and continuations is a call-up item, which I'm going to have to recuse. I'm going to disclose that the applicant for this particular item is a client. And so I'm going to recuse myself, and I'm going to turn it over to the vice chair, David Ensign, and I'm going to leave the meeting space until you're done with your discussion of this item.
Great, and I can text you, Harmon, when we're done, since I have your text. So yes, we're looking at call-up item, final plat for subdivision at 2125 Upland Avenue to replat Lot 1 and Outlot A of Connect subdivision, completed in 2019, into one single-family residential lot. There's case number. This approval is subject to call up by today. So does anybody have any interest in any questions or any interest in discussing calling this up? All right, well, I will text Harmon that he can re-enable his his video and we'll be good. Okay.
Okay, thank you, David, for letting me back in. And now we're getting to the continuation item for Marpa House. So this item is 4B on our agenda, and it is continuation of Planning Board's consideration of a non-conforming use review for the historic restoration and conversion of the former Marpa House group living quarters at 891 12th Street. It's a 16 3-bedroom dwelling units with a maximum capacity or occupancy of 48 persons. The project site is zoned residential low 1 or RL low 1. It's case number LUR 2020-00022. And so what we're going to do here is, I'm going to just give a little history here. We heard this matter last month, and because of certain concerns that planning board members had, we consensed that the project as presented to us was not a project that we would be voting to approve. And then we voted 6-1 to continue the matter, because there was also a consensus, at least a 6-1, if you can call that a consensus. John Gerstle voted against the continuation, but the other 6 members of planning board agreed that if staff and the applicant were to work together to create a set of conditions, and maybe not staff and the applicant, but at least staff would create a set of conditions that would handle some of the concerns, or actually all of the concerns that we put on the table, 6 in all, that if properly met, we might be able to approve the project. So that was the notion. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. The notion was that we would give the applicant more time. We would give staff time to create a set of conditions that, if applied, would render the project potentially approvable. And so the applicant agreed to take a continuance, and we continued the matter until tonight. So as you can see in your packet, we don't have the full application and all the materials and staff's recommendation. That's in last month's packet. What we do have is an abbreviated staff report, which mostly focuses on the conditions that were drafted in order to meet the request that planning board made to draft those 6 conditions. And they're quite lengthy. It's the 3 pages of conditions, I think. So knowing that not everybody has an opportunity to read the whole packet, want to give city staff an opportunity to describe these conditions and to talk a little bit about what those conditions are and how they believe that the conditions as drafted are responsive to planning board's request. And then we would normally just deliberate on those conditions, but I'm going to ask that we give the applicant a short amount of time to speak to the conditions, because if our job is to potentially kick the conditions around, maybe adjust some of the language in those conditions, I don't want to waste our time doing that if the applicant has significant difficulties with any or all of the conditions that have been proposed. So we'll give the applicant a short period of time. And I want to warn the applicant, this is not a time to resell the project to us. We see what the project proposal is. This is simply a time to discuss your reaction to the conditions. And then after the applicant has had their opportunity to speak to that, then we will deliberate and bring the matter hopefully to a close. So I'm going to turn it over to Charles. Are you there? I'm not sure.
I am.
Oh, there you are,
Unfortunately, my
Charles.
camera's not working. So as soon as I introduce the item, I'll jump out of the meeting and then log back in.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to turn it over to Charles, whose voice you just heard, who's our development review manager in planning, and I'll let Charles take it from here.
Great. Thanks very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. I'm going to turn it over to Sloan Walber tonight just to take you through the conditions that we crafted at the board's direction and a little bit about the rationale behind each one of them. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Like I said, my camera isn't working, so I'm going to turn it over to Sloan, hop back out of the meeting, and then hop back in. So Sloan, take it away.
Okay, thanks, Charles. All right, so is everyone able to see the presentation? Okay, great. Okay, well, good evening, and thanks for that introduction. As was described, this item is a continuation of the discussion regarding an application for a non-conforming use review to convert the existing boarding house at 891 12th Street to 16 self-contained dwelling units. The intent of this presentation is to go through those additional possible conditions that were drafted by staff intended to address comments made at the hearing on January 21st. Come on. There we go. Okay. So just to refresh your memories, the standards for changes to non-conforming uses state that applications for expansions of non-conforming uses must be reviewed for consistency with specific criteria set forth in section 9215 of the Land Use Code. A determination on this application is a criteria-based decision. On January 21st, the Planning Board held a quasi-judicial hearing to consider this request. And at that hearing, the board listened to public comment and discussed whether the proposal meets such criteria. There we go. So specifically at the hearing, members discussed the criteria concerning compatibility, character of the area, and reasonable measures taken by the applicant to reduce or alleviate any adverse impacts. Members voiced concerns about changes to the existing neighborhood character and adverse impacts like noise and parking. And after discussion, the board decided to continue consideration to allow staff to draft conditions as directed in that hearing. So staff has prepared conditions of approval to address these comments, which we forwarded in a staff memo. And I'm just going to talk through the rationale for each condition based on what we understood from the conversation. And just as a note, the conditions were written to address specific impacts anticipated based on expected tenants of the development, i.e. undergraduate students. They were written to support future enforcement and straightforward interpretation by enforcement staff. They were also written to try and remove ambiguities. And these conditions drafted could be adopted in full, not at all, individually, or modified to meet the board's needs. So the first condition is intended to address concerns regarding parking management and impacts to on-street parking in the vicinity. Based on the board's recommendations, staff has drafted a condition that would limit the number of vehicles parked in the right-of-way to 8. The rationale being that 8 non-accessible spaces are provided on the site. So that would be a total of 16 spaces or 1 per unit, which was recommended in the hearing. The applicant would also be required to provide each tenant with a car share membership. And the following paragraphs in the condition are intended to encourage compliance with these limitations. Some examples are that each tenant would sign a parking agreement in which they indicate that they would either not park on the property or in the defined area, or would park in the space assigned or identified in their agreement, and that parking agreement would be incorporated into the tenant's lease. Each tenant would be required to show a parking pass, and they'd also be required to meet with management before move-in to understand the restrictions. So the next condition concerns proposed quiet hours and encouraging quiet tenants that may have similar preferences to the neighborhood. Right now, the proposed condition only has placeholders for the hours so that the board can discuss. The condition intends to identify non-compliant activities during that identified hours, which would help facilitate compliance. And other components of the condition are intended, again, to ensure compliance, including a requirement that a violation of quiet hours would violate the lease agreement. So the condition could be written to either be more restrictive than the noise restrictions currently in section 593 of the code, or could supplement such restrictions. And just as a side note, the quiet hours currently listed in the code are 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., which is consistent with use reviews for restaurants near residential uses, as an example. The next item is concerning the maximum allowable occupancy on the site and ensuring an occupancy limit of 3 unrelated people living in each unit. It's likely that the site would be limited to these restrictions regardless if this was approved. However, having a condition would help elucidate that requirement. The next condition addresses managing student behavior and providing quick and efficient means of addressing issues. The drafted condition requires property management to reside on site, which would be similar to something like a resident advisor, a sorority house director, kind of roles like that. And the intent would be that someone would be on site at most times to ensure compliance and to address any complaints made. The next item is related. The next condition states that the Good Neighbor Agreement would be revised to describe those responsibilities of an on-site manager and to provide their direct contact information. The next item is related to possibly targeting a more diverse population in the development. So people like faculty, young families, or graduate students were identified as being a little bit more compatible with the neighborhood. So to address these concerns, staff recommended that the Good Neighbor Agreement be revised to remove the statement that the property would be fully vacated each August for maintenance. The rationale is that this closure would likely deter populations other than undergraduate students. On the same note, the board discussed whether the approval could be conditioned to make or to require marketing strategies to attract a diverse population and to attract tenants interested in living in a more quiet sort of development. So the condition drafted would require a marketing plan be submitted for review by the city and would meet the intent of that limitation. So that covers all of the drafted conditions. And an updated motion was provided in the staff memo in the event that the board decides to approve with conditions, and we're happy to address any questions you may have.
Thanks, Sloan. Do we need to ask questions now, or can we wait and hear what the if the applicant has any comments before we ask questions of both the applicant and staff?
I'm happy to
That would
wait.
be fine with me.
Okay, then why don't we turn it over to the applicant for their response to these conditions, and then we'll have an open question from planning board to either staff or the applicant, and then we can deliberate.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, planning board members, Jim Johnson, on behalf of the applicant, 950 17th Street, Suite 1600. Thanks for the opportunity to respond tonight. I intend to fully respect your request and will not take much time at all, actually. We are in general agreement with all the conditions. The client's in general agreement with all the conditions. We just have a couple of things we'd like you to consider as you consider the conditions that staff has drafted. First relates to parking. The applicant was hoping or was intending to have 16 actually spaces on the street available there. I understand from the parking consultant that there is more than sufficient parking on the street there, and the parking consultant is available on the call this evening to address any concerns about on-street parking. And so that would be one request, that we would increase the number of spaces in the right-of-way from 8 to 16. That would provide 24 spaces total, 8 on-site, 8 and 16 off. The second comment relates to hours, the quiet hours, and we would propose for those blanks to mimic the hours that are in, I believe it was section 593 that Sloan indicated. So we would propose to mimic those same quiet hours that are in the city ordinance. And then our third and final comment concerns the on-site manager. And our only concern with respect to the on-site manager is that we would request that the on-site manager actually not reside at the development. In my client's experience using professional property managers, we're unlikely to get a property manager that's a professional property manager willing to live on the site. And if you have someone like a resident assistant, an RA or something like that living on the site, we think that would lead to enforcement issues. You have someone who's essentially trying to regulate their peers. The professional management people that my client uses for the other developments that are in the city, they reside or they're very close to the development. So within 5 minutes of the property and can respond at all hours. Their cell phone is available. There are ways to report issues if they happen in the middle of the night to the on-site, to the property manager. And the property manager does come by the residence every day. So that would be really our only third proposed change, was just that the on-site manager actually.
To hear. Oh my God. Jeez Louise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I was off.
Okay. I'm sorry for causing anybody pain for my comments. Please consider our request that those are the only 3 issues that we saw with the conditions that the staff proposed, and we thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay, now are there any questions from planning board to staff or the applicant? John, then Sarah, then Lupita.
Yeah, thank you. So I think those are interesting proposals. I'm unclear about how effective they would be, because it seems to me that most of them give discretion. Most of the proposed measures give discretion to the landlord on whether to enforce, because there's discussion about the requirements of the individual leases, which are a matter of a relationship between the landlord and the tenant. So it's unclear to me that this proposal is satisfactory in the sense of providing assurance to the neighbors that these issues would be properly dealt with. So, and this is a question to Sloan. How would the city be enforcing these if the landlord decided to be relaxed about it?
Okay, so Helen may want to jump in as well, but I think the intent of incorporating some of these restrictions in the lease is that the property manager is able to enforce as well as city staff. So it would both be they would be in non-compliance with their lease, as well as if there was any enforcement action taken by the city. So it's not that we're passing that requirement or that role to the property manager. It's that we're trying to cover both sides, that you could make a complaint to the city and we would use these conditions to take action if necessary, but that the property manager itself should also be enforcing if necessary.
So
Yeah,
is it, oh, sorry, just to follow up. I'm just looking at these conditions and I don't see where the city is in the enforcement game of any of these. It's all the property owner.
right. So it's a great question, John. It's really a belt and suspenders approach in that these conditions of approval are going to be memorialized in the disposition of approval that's issued by the city. So that's the document that's going to live on and run with the property forever and ever and ever. So we will, we'll continue to have enforcement authority like we would over their development agreement of any other site or use review. The suspenders approach, the belt and suspenders approach of including this in individual leases, I think helps make the expectations clear to tenants. And I think is a good way to keep it front of mind to folks who are signing the lease that these are conditions that apply and are enforceable. But at the end of the day, they'll appear in the city's disposition of approval and will remain, the city will remain with enforcement authority like we would with any other condition of approval in a land use case.
And if I may elaborate on that, I believe both the quiet hour section and the parking section requires the applicants to enforce the required agreements. And some of the requirements of keeping record and providing those records to the city are meant to help with checking up that that's actually occurring. So that's how we were trying to address that for the city to be able to take some action on it.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know this is question and answer for us, but I also want to make it clear because I don't think that that it is entirely clear. John, when you said that you didn't see how the conditions are enforceable by the city, I want to point out, and then the staff talked about, well, these are additional obligations of the applicant to enforce the conditions. I want to make it clear to people who aren't reading the conditions, but who are watching, that the conditions say things at the top, like no more than 8 motor vehicles owned or used by tenants of the use shall be parked in the public right of way. That is not putting the responsibility to enforce on the applicant. That is a condition that is enforceable under this use review by the city. And so a violation of any of those conditions, each of which has a positive statement like that for all 6 of them at the top, any of those violations would be enforceable through complaint to the city. So not, that wasn't a question, that was just a clarification.
Okay, well, we can talk about that in our discussion later on.
Okay. I do have a question that's related to that, though. I heard a member of the public talk in public comment last month about how, this 3 strikes and you're out when you've got 16 apartments means that they get 48 strikes before they're out, and I wanted staff to address that.
Sorry, Herman, what condition states 3 strikes and you're out?
I just want to, get it on the record. How, are we talking about, the violations accrue to each dwelling unit, or do violations accrue to the whole project? So that if there's any kind of progressive discipline, when a violation is discovered, this is the way the city generally works. We heard that you're violating, we're going to come and we're going to visit, we're going to see if the violation has occurred. If the violation has occurred, then we're going to, there's going to be a consequence. And then if there's a second violation, then the consequence becomes steeper. And then, finally, we can talk about potentially revoking the use review, which would invalidate the whole use. So the concern from the member of the public was that this building with 16 units inside of it would have 16 separate tracks of that progressive discipline that I just described, which I don't think is the way the city's enforcement function works. So I wanted to hear how the city's enforcement function would work from staff on the record.
Yeah, that's correct, Harmon. With regard to this approval, we're looking at the entire use. And that's all dwelling units together as well as the exterior property part.
Thank you. Okay, so now Sarah and then Lupita.
Thanks, Harmon. So this is a question for staff. It's a comment that turns into a question. So I'm hearing this, some language around an on-site manager and some language around a resident advisor. And those two take you in very different directions in terms of your target audience, or the broadness or narrowness of the likely community that would end up moving in here. And I'd like to understand what is the language that the staff is most comfortable with. And then that leads me to the follow-up question, which I will go ahead and ask, which has to do with the way my recollection from our January meeting is that each tenant would sign a lease with the landlord, the property owner, which then raises the question of if in fact there are couples or families that want to live there, do they sign one lease or do they each have to sign a lease? And if they sign one lease, is the 48, is that counted as one person or is that counted as X number of people towards the 48 maximum? And I hope I'm saying that clearly.
I think for a family, leases could be structured in a way that all the adults are signatories on the lease, parties to the lease, but you don't execute separate documents. And I would count individuals and not lease documents for occupancy. The limit has been addressed as unrelated occupants with a hard 48. Unrelated, the code generally limits each unit to no more than 3 in this particular zoning district. So there's that, and then we added a very express condition that says it can never be more than 3 unrelated per unit, even if the code ever changes, but it does give flexibility for related.
Okay, so it doesn't change we don't need to think about how many leases are signed. We are thinking about the number of individuals related or unrelated in units.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And the question about an on-site manager versus a resident advisor, Sloan.
Right, so the condition requires an on-site manager. I just was trying to describe what the intent was of that condition. So I know there was a lot of discussion about having a house manager like a sorority would have, and it would be similar to something like that as well.
So I bring that up because in an apartment building with 16 apartments, having an on-site a superintendent basically is not an uncommon thing, at least in other cities. I don't know whether it's common in Boulder or not, but having an on-site super actually can make an apartment building a very attractive place for families to live, because it means there's someone there to deal with problems in the apartment or packages or all those kinds of things. So I think it's important for us to try to clarify the language if we want this kind of condition, to make sure we're clear on the language and the intent.
I think it's Lupita's turn.
So I have several questions, but how do you want to go about it, Harmon? Should I just mention one and then maybe go around after some other people speak, or?
Yeah, I think that would be good. And if you have a couple that kind of go together, you could do 2, but yeah.
Yeah. So some of this topics, some of my colleagues brought up. So one, for example, is this whole idea of the on-site manager, which I think is a good idea. I happen to be one of those census takers this last summer, And when I was going around buildings, I really needed to meet with managers when I was trying to getting information. It was very difficult. So in an environment like this one, where we are literally right in a residential area where already our neighbors are opposed to the big change, I'm concerned that not having an on-site manager would really make things worse. So that was one of my concerns. And I like to know, because it appears that the applicant is not leaning towards having one. So I wanted to hear from maybe our staff, had they consider what is the alternative, and also in terms of what really happens if rules are not followed in the middle of the night. Or, I mean, if I couldn't find people at 5:30 in the afternoons, I doubt that anybody's going to find somebody at 10 when, you know, the noise is high or something. So that's my concern. How would that be handled on the spot? Because I'm afraid that the neighbors might have to deal with it themselves. And so how does that translate also clearly into any liabilities or true responsibility for the applicant who chooses to have undergraduates on that property?
So I can't speak.
Yeah, go ahead, Flor. Thanks.
I was just going to say, I can't speak to the liability piece, but I can kind of describe what we were thinking. So the condition does state that the good neighbor agreement would be revised to very clearly describe the role of that on-site manager and provide their direct contact information. So the idea would be, if you were a neighbor, you have their direct contact information. And in addition to that, you could, if you had a noise complaint, you can call, you know, Boulder police at any time. So I think there's sort of, the idea would be, first you would try the on-site manager. If you weren't able to reach them, then you would take other enforcement means.
Following, yeah, thank you. So following that, I think somebody brought it up also, how does that translate into, you know, the responsibility if, I think Carmen brought up the whole issue of the 3 strikes and you're out. I think that came up at our last discussion. So say, for example, they have these recurrent complaints, and how does that translate into, I don't know, penalties or fines for the applicant? Do we have something described? I mean, what is the usual?
Well, there are different ways to enforce. One is the current code standards that already exist. And an applicant has to comply with the conditions of approval. And if an applicant doesn't comply with the conditions of approval, the city manager can take criminal enforcement action, which would bring the case into municipal court. And the judge, if found guilty and in violation of the development agreement, which would include the conditions of approval, then the judge could impose criminal penalties. There's also an avenue to impose administrative remedies, where the city manager makes a finding that a violation of the agreement has occurred, and then the applicant has an opportunity to ask for a hearing to contest that, and then the city would have to prove the violation. The remedies for those, if there is a conviction, the fines are pretty low. First one, I think, it's $50 or $100, and it kind of goes up to either 500 or 1,000 for the third violation. But there are also other remedies that orders can be issued to ensure compliance with the agreement in the future. A rental license can be revoked. If a property becomes a problem property, there's also a process called nuisance abatement that the city can take. Usually that takes effect, that there have to be a certain number of violations within a certain number of time. It's also a civil process that can be used to try to bring a property in compliance. That is more geared toward code compliance versus a development agreement. I don't remember off the top of my head if the development agreement separately is listed. And then there is an opportunity to bring the application back in front of the planning board. And I think you all had one of those in front of you pretty recently for a restaurant that was in violation of their management plan. So then the planning board gets to take a look at it and decide, do we revoke this approval or do we make changes to the conditions of approval to better address the concerns? And actually, and finally, I wanted to also mention, there's actually also a private remedy in the code that allows private citizens, residents of the city who are injured by a violation of an approval, bring a private action against the person bound by an approval. So that's available as well. Then the city wouldn't be involved in that.
Thank you. That helps a lot. And so, but when we're talking about violations, we're talking about the applicant, right? We're not going to, if the neighbors have, legitimate complaints and they want to follow that last route, they will be dealing and complaining about the owners or the management company, right? That just to make sure that it's not going to be, the students that they're going to go after, but the owners, and that will be a smaller number. That helps a lot. Thank you very much. I'll save my other ones for another round.
Any other members of the planning board with questions? David.
Yeah, when in looking through the conditions, I realized that this property is in the neighborhood parking program district and for the adjacent streets. And I know that a lot of times different departments in the city may not coordinate. So I just wanted to ask, has there been any coordination with MPP for folks who move into these units? Could they apply for either a resident or a visitor permit through MPP? And could that happen kind of parallel to this? So, or do we need to address that in a condition in some way?
I didn't directly address that, but I did. I don't know that we can put that in a condition because it's the city, it's not the applicant. The conditions are for the applicant to comply with versus the city. So we didn't draft anything like that in there. It would be a violation. Well, maybe somebody could obtain a neighborhood parking permit, but then the parking itself might be in violation of the approval. And that's what the city would pursue then.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, and I guess maybe we can deal with this if we want to add a little language, but it could seem possible that it might make sense to allow for them to have some visitor MPPs for family members that come by and want to park overnight or something. But I don't know if that is is something we should be trying to attack. But
I believe the condition doesn't address visitor parking. It restricts tenant parking.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't restrict, I'm going to read through it again, but I don't think it would restrict obtaining visitor parking passes.
I don't think it does. And I would just point out that's consistent with cooperative housing units. They sign an agreement limiting the number of vehicles, but that doesn't apply to visitors. It's just tenants.
Okay, so if they
I think we were intentionally silent on visitors.
Okay, so similar kinds of properties currently today could get a visitor pass or something, kind of separate from what they've agreed to as tenants, it sounds like. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Coming off of
Peter.
David's comment, couldn't they just, a tenant have their friend visitor keep their car for the semester and park it there? Do they need an actual visitor pass?
Sorry, I'm looking up the language.
Thank you.
I believe.
I'm
it
flashbacks to
addresses
Ingram
this.
Court.
Yeah. So it states if a parking space is assigned, the agreement shall record the driver's license and the motor vehicle license plate, make, model, and type. And the parking agreement is incorporated into the lease. So I think the intent of that is recording whose car will be parking there and verifying the driver's license. But I suppose we could probably add to that to try and be more restrictive.
Well, maybe there's a way to work with the NPP program to have the building have X number of visitor tags. And that could be utilized when needed. Sorry, Hella, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no worries. I was just, I don't have the NPP program pulled up on my screen. I don't know if Sloan maybe knows off the top of her head how the visitor passes work, because I assume there would be a limit on usage of those. Or do they function similar to a resident pass, NPP pass?
I can start digging for it. Helen.
No, I can tell you because I live in an NPP zone. You get to park, I think they actually changed it from 72 hours to 2 days, and then you have to move your car, move the guest car, and a home. I get I get 2 tags for visitors. Not that I ever use them, but I get 2 tags. So, but they aren't as generous with the time as they used to be.
Well, let's hope that someday you'll be able to use your visitor tags again, Sarah.
Yes.
Sarah, do you mean that's 2 tags per year?
Yeah, so they're tags that hang on your rearview mirror. So the visitor car, it gets hung on their rearview mirror, and when they leave, they give it back to me.
But I mean, I live in a regular residential area, but what I'm trying to figure out is whether you can only use those tags a certain number of days a year, or
Yeah.
is it you can have 2 guests at all times as long as they move the car every 72 hours, that is okay.
That is correct. And I can tell you in my neighborhood where we have, that does happen. You see the same cars sort of moving their way around the block over the course of time.
And this is for guests. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
But it's a fine program, but maybe, again, maybe there's some way to intersect with the NPP program to have the building itself have some X number of tags that are distributable when needed to tenants who have overnight guests or family with car,
I'll just tag on to that. I think that's clever. We'd have to think about whether we can further constrain it that way if they're already in an MPP district, if that's something that's permissible, I'm not sure. But what I like about that is it kind of requires you to walk back up to the front desk and theoretically, if there's someone in the building like a super or a house manager, hand it back over and say, okay, my person left, here's my tag, and you don't get that parking, long-term storage parking problem that you can get, when everybody gets 2 for everybody in that building. So again, I'm not sure. I don't know if we can legally, I'll leave that to staff and Hella, but if we can exempt a certain building from the MPP, but that's kind of smart, and then also you could even go in and have a sign and checkout sheet, and be like, hey, I'm going to have so-and-so visiting and staying with me, and I want to check it out for these 3 days. And you just find a way to police it within the building.
Harmon, can I jump in since I kind of opened up?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I guess that would be something that if we can get an answer to tonight, whether MPPs are not the most flexible program. They've been meaning to update it for years, and the tab has been screaming for them to update it for years. So, and I don't know if there's an example anywhere of a special case in the MPP But this, I think what we're talking about is a special case because we're trying to stave off the idea that perhaps residents here would circumvent the good neighbor agreement and everything they'd agreed to with the landlord and everything that they've done moving into this place by just going ahead and applying for the permits and getting them. And that could really, really mess things up. So I don't know if there is an example of an exception to the MPP. So that would be just something, if as we go through, if we can talk about.
Okay, let's try to reel it back into questions for staff or the applicant about the conditions, and then we can get into deliberation. Any more questions? John?
Yeah, on a different topic related to this, to what degree can there be a condition that incentivizes or requires the owner to move from a leases starting in September to leases starting in January or some other time of year? Clearly something which would have an effect of removing the focus towards students to other members of the population. Can we have a condition like that?
I think there could be a condition like that. I don't know if the current proposal is specific as to the start and end date of leases, but it seems similar to the requirement to not automatically vacate the premises in August for the entire month. So I think that we could craft something like that.
Well, the way it's written now in the staff proposal, it again leaves discretion to the owner or to the manager. And so I'm wondering if we can be more proactive than that.
Yeah, I think we can do that probably. And once we start drafting a condition, or you start drafting a condition, I can provide more input, but I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, Sarah had her hand up.
Yes, a quick question. I'm wondering, Hella, as when we start drafting conditions, could we consider adding in that list of enforcement steps that you described to Lupita earlier, so that it's all that those steps must be listed in the good neighbor agreement, so that everyone knows what the sort of ladder of options are, rather than we're putting the burden on neighbors to figure out what their options are?
What I listed are all procedures that are set forth in the Boulder Revised Code.
Mm-hmm.
And most of those are done by staff, those enforcement methods.
Okay.
I don't know that it would be helpful to have that in that agreement.
I'm just trying to think.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. We can just discuss it later.
Okay, Lupita, do you still have some things?
Yes.
Go
yes.
ahead.
Another question I had to do with the quiet hours that the applicant proposed. And he commented that the times that he selected are on par to what a restaurant, being in the premises, kind of like the equivalent. And I wanted to ask regarding quiet hours on residential areas that are more on par with having families with children, or people who work from home, and not necessarily, if there's a big difference, I would like to hear about those, if they can kind of compare them, because that was one part that resonated with me regarding whether this is really getting this particular property aligned better with the residential, as opposed to continue to move it away from what a residential kind of space would be. Does that make sense?
So if I think I'm understanding the question. So the current noise regulations have quiet hours in residential zone districts from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That isn't based on the neighborhood. It's just across the board residential districts. I did do a little research of other communities with colleges, and ours are a little bit more lenient than some and basically on par with others. So I didn't find anything that was drastically different.
So there is really no difference on what the applicant proposed. He mentioned specifically that this will be on par of, or equivalent to having a restaurant in your neighborhood. And that's kind of like my question was, so 11 p.m. Seems to be reasonable for neighborhoods. We don't have a problem with neighbors.
So Lupita, I'm going to cut you off. Those times are left blank in the conditions of approval. So we're going to deliberate on what the appropriate times are.
Yeah. So that's why I brought it up.
And I don't think that staff has an answer as to whether there are different quiet hours for different neighborhoods. I'd like to move on.
Well, I appreciate you pointing it out, but the applicant specifically talked about those times, and I wanted to make sure that this is something that is on par with what we have elsewhere, or this is something that, he brought up based on what he thinks he needs, or, the company needs. Does that make sense? It does make sense to me. I want to make sure that that is answered for my own peace of mind.
Right. Yeah. So I'll just jump in. What the applicant had suggested was that the quiet hours that we choose to apply would be the quiet hours that are in the code.
Well, the whole point of we looking at this, that this is not necessarily following code. So if we are going to be dealing with this modifications, the code may not be sufficient. That's the whole point.
So are you asking what the hours are that are in the code?
Are those 11 to 7? And are those the only choices we have? Will this be sufficient to satisfy the apprehension that the neighbors have, which to me seem that they're very severe, considering that they're likely going to be breaking of those hours, quiet hours, based on the population that they are considering to have there. So all of these things are connected in my mind. So my concern is it reasonable to think that maybe to appease and not necessarily just to appease, but to show the community, our neighbors there, that we're really seriously thinking how to protect them so that this works for everyone, that there is a possibility that even the quiet hours may be modified so that they are more on par with what they may need. That's my point. I just wanted to know if there is different areas where we can consider, given that
we can set the quiet, Lupita, we can set the quiet hours.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question for the applicant. In the linear area of parking space in the right of way that was prescribed in the conditions, do you know how many linear feet that is and estimate how many cars can park in the right of way and that number of linear feet?
There's a video of the thing. We are not sure how far that right of way is, but we can try to get an answer to it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? John?
Yeah, this is for the applicant. You mentioned in your comments that you expect the manager of the building to live within 5 minutes walk, I presume, of this building. Or were you referring to the office, the rental office that in a previous presentation, either you or your colleagues mentioned was on the hill somewhere nearby? But you said tonight that the managers reside within 5 minutes of the building. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Our managers live within 5 minutes of the property, as well as the office as well. So it's within walking distance.
That's 5 minutes walking distance. Okay.
Yes, it's on the hill.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, if ESA Architects comes up with an answer to my question, you can raise your hand, and I think we'll end the comment, we'll end our question and answer session, and we'll move on to deliberation now. Oh, their hands up.
So we are estimating that the right-of-way adjacent to the building on Aurora Avenue is approximately 90 feet, and the right-of-way on 12th Street is approximately 120 feet, bringing it to 210 feet total.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask Hella, A1 under parking, the condition speaks to an area bounded by Cascade Avenue, Lincoln Place, Euclid Avenue, and 14th Street. What was the idea there? Was just to allow residents to park in a multiple block area around Marpa House and not just on the right of way in front of and adjacent to the use?
Well, Sloan, I think maybe transportation came up with this parameter. One of the things by not restricting it to the city, by not allowing a tenant to have a vehicle in the city, was to allow, sometimes students are able to rent parking spaces at the university. So if somebody was able to, you know, to park a car there, then it seemed like that wouldn't affect the neighborhood. So if there was a parking space within an area that didn't create the impact that we're addressing here, then that should be allowed. And maybe Sloan can speak to why this particular area was chosen.
I think it was just a rationally how far someone would be willing to park their car and walk. So that's up for your discussion.
Okay, I just wanted to understand. Thank you for that. Okay, any other questions? Or should we deliberate? Okay, thank you, staff. You know, we oftentimes break our promise to leave you alone and just deliberate. Hopefully we won't tonight, but stick around. And I'll turn it over to planning board members. What I think I would like to do is just go condition by condition. And so we'll start with parking, which, oh, damn it. I do have a question that I just, as I was scrolling, I saw it and it reminded me. Hella, I need to ask you this before we do deliberate. In no place in the conditions is a maximum occupancy of 48 set. The place where I see maximum occupancy of 48 is in a set of bullets on page 2 of this staff memo. So how would we, I got the notion from listening to you that if a family of 5, let's say, was in one apartment, that somehow the operator would have to, the applicant would have to make up two persons basically by only renting a couple of other apartments to 2 or one apartment to 1 to keep the total number down to 48. But I don't see a hard limit of 48 anywhere but in the staff report. Is that something that you know, you think is relatively, I mean, is that really enforceable if it's not specifically in the condition?
I'd have to go back. I thought that I think the assumption was that the spaces were going to be rented to unrelated people, 48 unrelated people, essentially. I did not get the impression that it was that you were interested in limiting related people or families from having more than 3 people in a unit?
Well, I'm not, but the notion is that if there was a family that was allowed to be in a unit and overoccupied the unit, or, you know, not by law, but just by the limitation of 48, there's nothing in the conditions that says that with 4 families of 4 and 12 units fully occupied at 3 unrelated, that we could stop them from having 52, you know, because there would be 4 4s and 12 3s. Yet there is a hard limit that's in that set of bullets on the second page. So, you know, I was just asking about, you know, why we don't have the hard limit in the conditions as well, or if that omission was intentional, or if that's something that we might add.
I think you could make it a hard limit. It might result in a family being turned away because they have one additional person, which potentially could be a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
Right. Okay. Thanks. All right. Now, oh, we have a follow-up. We have 2 follow-ups, Sarah and then David.
I was just going to say, maybe, I mean, I think this is an important question because this whole conversation is about, are there opportunities and conditions that could expand the potential market for these apartments? And I think, Harmon, you bring up a really important question. And I think during our deliberations, we should try to sort of think through how to find the right balance so that the opportunity actually does appear for families to rent there if they choose, and have it not undermine the applicants' thinking about also 3 unrelated
Sarah,
people. Yeah.
Is this a question?
Oh, I was responding to your comment.
Okay. Can you just save it until we deliberate? David, do you have a question, or are you going to make a comment too?
I'll hold off.
Okay. So now, Sarah, let's pretend that deliberation started when you brought that point up. Okay. But I would ask you just to hold it anyway. And I think I'm probably seeing this a lot like you are, because I do want to go in order. So let's just go back and do parking. Thoughts? Any planning board member may start.
I'll start.
Sarah.
So I actually, I think these parking conditions are really valuable. I do think it leaves out this issue that David brought up about guest parking. And I don't know how we talk that through or resolve it when we don't have someone from the parking program here to explain to us what might be special conditions. But I like what's here, and I just think we're missing that one bit about longer-term guest parking than being there for a party or dinner or one overnight.
Okay, then David, then Lisa.
Sure. Yeah. I also would be very interested in whether we could, without putting the city into too much hot water, really make this a special MPP case where the building shares guest parking passes and is asked not to apply for any beyond the ones that are approved for on right-of-way parking. And then I'll just add that you know, as we go through this, if we want to really, you know, if we're going to be really tough on some things, I think the applicant's request to consider 16 on the street is not outrageous. So if other planning board members want to be a little flexible on that, that would mean that they would have 8 on site and then 1 per unit that they could use on the street. The 8 on site could be used for, you know, for other, you know, for some, maybe some people do have more than 1 in a unit or whatever, but it would give them a little more flexibility. So I just wanted to voice that might be an area where I could be a little flexible if we're trying to be harder on some other things.
Lisa, then John.
I was just going to say, I have some hazy memory and maybe staff remembers this or can talk to someone who remembers this better than I do, of another building, like an apartment building, that did have a restriction that was tighter than what the MPP was. So I'll just say if staff has the capacity to bother other people who may or may not be looking at their email for good reason, that it would be interesting. You know, I second what other planning board members have said, and I'd just love to know what flexibility we do or don't have in kind of applying parameters around how visitor passes work, even though they are technically within the confines of the MPP zone. And then for the parking thing, I might be open to being a bit more flexible. I'm not sure I want to give 16 on streets thoughts, but I might be willing to go above the 8. So,
John? How about unmuting first?
All those wise comments lost forever.
Recreate them, please.
I don't want to get into the numbers here, but I have to say that I am very skeptical about the actual way in which this will be, any sort of parking limits will be enforced here. Speaking as someone who was a student in a very tight urban area with very limited parking options with an old car, I got very ingenious and moved a lot in the gray area from my experience in parking, and I suspect that that's what will happen here too. So I have other more serious comments on other conditions, but on this one, I just want to say that I really am skeptical about the enforcement that will occur with no matter what numbers we decide. And in fact, we are putting the burden on the neighbors to carry out the enforcement, as far as I can tell.
Peter?
I couldn't agree more with John. I was about to say that I know this is an important topic. I feel strongly about the other topics, and in a almost Tom Waits Bukowski way, I have never met a parking requirement I couldn't circumvent, and I have no doubt the same will happen here. So I know it's important. I do agree that putting the burden on the neighbors is the wrong direction, but again, I'm staying silent because we have folks on the board who seem to live and breathe parking and may not have as dim a view of humanity as I do.
Okay, Lupita, then Lisa.
Well, I just want to add to the concerns. I have lived in cities where parking was my biggest headache. The 3 years I lived in Boston it was impossible. And you just gotta find ways to survive it. And I'm afraid that having more students deal with this parking situation, the people who are actually going to end up paying for this headache is going to be the neighbors. And I have a hard time thinking this is going to work easily. So I think the parking is still problematic to me.
I think it's Lisa's next.
I was just going to say, and I didn't review it before tonight, but that some of the most effective ways I've seen to deal with parking have to do with incentives, you know. So I've seen some really cool things that may or may not be of interest to somebody like a residential provider, but it's things that city can do and that TAB looks at and other people look at, where you reduce trips and you reduce, you know, you provide off-site, you know, garage covered parking where people who don't need to have their car every day have it, and so on. And I don't think we're necessarily going to work that into the restrictions. I just wanted to mention that it's absolutely true that you can find a way to circumvent any parking restriction, and that often what works better is carrots rather than sticks. And again, unless we're going to try to configure that for this particular site and development, I agree with other folks, and I'm not sure how much getting really specific is going to help us.
David, go ahead, and then
I'll just add that yeah, I mean, I agree with absolutely everything that John, Sarah, and Peter and Lisa all said, and Lupita about the fact that people will, especially young people. I got my master's at NYU. I know, you know, you walk 8 blocks if you have to. But I think that we just, I mean, you can always agonize over these things, or I think just ask ourselves, are there any additional specific things that we can do? You know, so if there are, great, and I would support them because we know that. But otherwise, we just have to do the best we can with the tools that we have, I guess. So at least we're, you know, if there's an additional enforcement thing that we can think about, that's fine. But I don't know that we can't change human behavior.
Okay, so I was going to say that with the applicant's statement that they measured it off and there's 220 feet of parking along Aurora and 12th, you know, I don't think people in Boulder park particularly well, like people in New York and Boston who can get a 16-foot car into a 16-foot 3-inch spot. So maybe 20 feet per car parking in the right of way, 20 linear feet, we'd still have 11 parking spaces in the right of way adjacent to this property. And, you know, mostly in neighborhoods, I think people are possessive about people parking in front of their property. So, you know, I think that this property can support easily 11 cars parked in the right of way with 220 linear feet. I also don't like to make decisions based on what I think people are going to do to try to circumvent the law. And, you know, and I also don't like to make decisions where we make a special class of people, like everybody else in Boulder can get a visitor parking pass for their friends when they come to stay, but not these people. And I'm very sensitive about that. So, you know, I would like to start from an assumption of good faith and try to create a condition, which I think staff has largely done, that that mitigates the impacts of this use on its neighboring community. And so, you know, I guess I would support raising the number from 8 to 11 or 12. You know, it's sort of halfway between the proposal of 8 and the applicant's request of 16. And I don't think that there is anything that I would support around some restriction on passes. I think, and staff, especially Hella, can jump in and tell me if what I'm suggesting is illegal. One thing that we could do to try to have a little bit more control is we could simply make every tenant sign a disclosure as to whether or not they own a motor vehicle, and if they do, to provide its license number. And then if somebody is abusing the visitor permit, but using it to park their car, we're going to have a record of that tenant tied to that car. And so, you know, that could be one way, which would maybe add one word to A2, or slightly changing that sentence in A2 around the disclosure obligation of the tenants. Somebody had their hand up. Who wanted to go next? Sarah?
I did, but Sloan had something she wanted to say, so.
Oops, sorry, it wasn't letting me raise my hand. 2 bits of information that might be helpful. We had the information about NPP passes at the last hearing from Parking Services. They base the number of eligible permits based on the rental license. So they look to see what the rental license states, and that's how they determine how many passes they get. So I would assume that would apply to guest passes as well. I also wanted to just sort of, for your reference, point out that the NPP, in terms of the adjacent streets to this, would only apply to 12th Street. So someone could park on the south side of Aurora, they could park on 11th Cascade. So I'm not sure if that affects your discussion, but we're really only talking about 12th Street for the NPP.
Okay. Now, Sarah?
Yeah, so Harmon, I don't have a problem with upping the number to 11 if 20 feet per car seems like a reasonable amount of parking space. But I wonder, given that we don't know enough about we just don't I really appreciate Sloane's information that she just shared with us, but could we have add a condition that just says, when we have more information about NPP and guest passes, we could revisit just that particular element of the condition? Because we're not going to get that information tonight. And I do think that, again, I don't know how the NPP in that neighborhood works, but if there are 48 leases, each gets 2 guest passes, that could be really problematic.
Lupita?
Yeah, that's not how I would read it. In fact, I think even 2 passes for one household. Sorry, Sarah, I think it's too much. But this is just my opinion, right? I just didn't know that you had that option of having 2 people always parked based on where you live. That seems kind of odd. But for this particular place, I'm thinking, did I understand well? And only one side of the street really is available for this community. The other one, I mean, for this building, and the other side of the street that we were considering as the total really is open for anyone. So you cannot restrict it to be used just for this building. Based on what Sloan just mentioned. Is that
I'm assuming that's a question. Is that a question for me?
Yeah, is that
ahead,
is
please.
my interpretation? Did I interpret what you said properly?
Right. So the way the conditions are written do not prescribe where people may park. It's restricting them. So I was just describing in terms of the NPP program, what sides of the street it applies to. And it doesn't apply to the south side of Aurora, which is what's adjacent to this.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, just on that subject, if I could, that does kind of bring up the kind of clumsy question here is, okay, if we're silent on MPP, then I guess those 16 or 16 cars, or well, 8 to 11 cars who are going to be parking in the right of way. If they're going to choose to use the 12th Street side, then they'll have to get an MPP to do that, kind of separate from this whole process. And I guess that works. But again, it kind of stays silent on the question of whether people might choose to abuse the MPP as well, which they potentially could. If you could apply for 2, or just buy 2, then and just quietly slip it to somebody. I know it's clumsy to think about all these little things, but it is just it's a strange interplay we just have to realize exists.
Well, I think this gets
so
to
the thing is that the parking restriction says 8 cars can be parked in the right of way in like an 8 square block area or 10 square block area or something. So anywhere where there isn't an MPP, they can park. And anywhere where there is an MPP, they can park if they also take the additional step of getting a pass. So, I don't want to see us get wrapped around the axle. Joining up with the MPP does not, allow somebody to circumvent the requirement that no more than 8 or 12 or 11 or 16 cars park in the right of way in this prescribed area that's between Cascade Link and Euclid and 14th. So again, I would say that if you want to try to limit the number, if you want to try to do something that's going to make gaming the system, which has nothing to do with the MPP, it just has to do with having a car in that area. If you want to make that more difficult, then, I've offered an idea, which is you have to disclose when you own a car, and what that car's identifying information is. And then if somebody keeps seeing a person walking from a car to this residence, and it looks like it's an extra car, then they can have the city run that plate, see if it ties back to one of the tenants. David?
And
You wanna unmute?
the way the condition is currently worded, only the property owner keeps those plates, make, model, and type associated with the tenant. So the city wouldn't be able to find that out. They would have to, if somebody wanted to complain about it, a car that they see parked around there, it would have to be then queried with the owner of the Marpa house to determine that violation had occurred, the way it's currently written, right? Because the city, are you proposing that the city then keep that database, a new database?
No,
okay.
No, I'm proposing that instead of only the people who get assigned parking giving up that information, every tenant has to sign a disclosure that they do or don't own a vehicle. And if they own a vehicle, then the vehicle's identifying information goes with their name and their lease.
I like that idea. But I think David's making an important point, which is, and it comes back to something John's been talking about, which is a lot of this is putting the enforcement responsibility on neighbors to sort of be alert. So that question of where is that information? How is that information made available? Who else has that information, I think is worth asking whether that's something to expand.
Well, I don't, so I'm going to just respond to that directly, Sarah. I think that the unfortunate truth is that the way the code is written in Boulder and just about everywhere else is that until there's a problem, the city doesn't just go around proactively patrolling.
Right.
And I don't want to live in a society like that. And so if there's no parking problem, then nobody's going to complain, and then the city doesn't have to do anything. And if all of a sudden after, a year, the person living at, 865 discovers that they haven't been able to park in front of their house 4 nights in a row, then they might think, I bet that Marpa House is abusing, their parking allowance. And then you call the city and you make a complaint, and then the city can come out and do some enforcement. So I don't think that we want to force the city to, proactively enforce the conditions of this use review.
Yeah, and I'll just add that that's why I was asking you, Harmon. I wanted to make sure that you weren't proposing that. And I understand that it does, like you say, Sarah, it does illuminate that process, but I think it would be unreasonable for the city to be tracking that data. So I just wanted to make sure.
Sarah, what I would suggest is that, since tenants come and go and the landlord's the only one who keeps all those leases current, they're the one that's going to keep the information. If you want to get more responsiveness, I'd look at A7, which says within 5 business days of a request by the city manager, and make it 3 or make it 2 within 48 hours of a request. Don't give the management company, they've only got 48 leases tops. Don't give the management company 5 days to respond to an issue. Give them less time.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I think this is a tweak that should be could be relatively straightforward. Would you be willing to change that to like 2 business days, 1 business? I mean, I'm not a landlord, so I don't know what is reasonable.
So let's take a thumb poll on 2 business days. Would other planning board members support the change from 5 business days within 5 days of a request by the city manager? The applicant shall provide the information around parking, tenants assigned with spaces, and so forth. Would people support from 5 down to 2? So we got 1, 2, 5. I think it looks like 5 out of 7 of us would support that change. Okay, and while we're at it, would people support the change that I recommended around requiring a parking disclosure for everyone?
I think that's good.
Okay. Okay, so we're getting all thumbs on that? Anybody with a down thumb? All up thumbs? Okay. Okay, so is there any other thing? Oh, now for number one, how many motor vehicles in the right of way? 8, 11, 12, 16. We've heard 4 numbers so far. Any proposal that we want to vote on with our thumbs?
I like 12.
Can I just ask
You like 12?
Can I ask a question of Sloan?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to understand how how the staff came up with the number 8.
I think we said it. It's in the staff report, but go ahead.
Right. So in the prior meeting, it was suggested maybe 1 per unit. And they have 9 on-site parking spaces, but one of those is accessible. So the idea would be there's 8 non-accessible spaces on-site and 8 spaces located in the right of way.
Okay, well, Dave, I'd go up to 12 if that was what you suggested. You want to take a vote on 12? Everybody okay with 12? Sarah, up thumb, down thumb for 12? Okay, it looks like, John, you want to say something?
A question here. In the previous meeting where we talked about this, the landlord made it clear that he was going to be splitting parking and unbundling parking and rent for apartments and charging for the parking space. So are we expecting him to charge for the limited availability of public parking spaces also?
I wouldn't expect that, but that'd be novel.
I mean, that would be a good way of him raising money for using the public street as his resource.
Right. You can rent the city's property.
So they use a public good and then charge for it. I'm interested.
Yeah, right. Okay, so David, you did say 12, right? That was your suggestion that we thumb vote on? Okay, so and can I see the thumbs again? Who would support 12? Looks like we got 5, 6. Lupita, was that a thumb up for you? Yep. Okay, so we got 6 who would support going to 12, which is basically tied to the 220 linear feet of available parking in the right of way adjacent to the property. So it's a little less than 20 feet per car. An average car is 15 feet long.
I'm sorry, but
Sarah.
it assumes that nobody else ever parks there.
Right.
Which I think I mean, I know I said fine with 11, but it just seems like that may be a mistaken assumption. But,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking, given the density of the neighborhood where, the average frontage is 60 or 70 feet, which, anybody can park 2 cars in their driveway and 1 in their garage and 3 in front of their house. It's probably not, there probably aren't that many people who need to park in front of Marpa House.
True.
Yeah, like anywhere else, if all the spaces are filled in front of your house, you park across the street. It just is the way public parking on streets work, I guess.
Right, but yes, and I'm not opposed to the 12. I think it does assume that that is not a parked area at this point. And I do think this point that John raised, which is the distribution of those parking spots cannot be a charge because it's renting public space. But I don't know how unless the landlord, unless the applicant is going to give that money back to the city.
Yeah, I think if you want to call the applicant up and ask whether they would ever increase the rent based on who gets the assigned parking in the right of way, we can do that. But that's fine. I would imagine that they're only going to charge for parking in areas that they own for the 8 or 9 parking spaces on their lot. It'd be a pretty weird lease provision.
Yes.
Make somebody pay for parking on the street.
Yes, except that they can only park on the street by getting one of these tags, right? I mean, the connection is a tag from the applicant to a tenant.
Okay.
So anyways,
let's hear from Jim Johnson.
Yeah.
We unequivocally do not intend to charge for right-of-way spaces. There will be no charging for right-of-way spaces.
Okay, so the changes that I'm hearing are to change A1 from no more than 8 to no more than 12, to change condition A7 from within 5 business days to within 2 business days. And in A2, Hella, if you don't mind, while we move on to B, could you draft one sentence to add to A2 requiring the disclosure from every tenant as to whether they own a vehicle, and if so, that they provide the license plate, make, model, and type, just like the other sentence you have in there, driver's license and the motor vehicle license plate, make, model, and type, and that way, and requiring that the landlord would keep that information with each lease.
Actually, I think we need to say own or use, because probably some of these have vehicles owned by their parents and they're using it here. So.
Okay, I'm not sure how you do that, but
one follow-up question. The 5 business days response time, we actually have that in 3 places, not just in parking, but also in 2 other places, with regard to, responding, providing information on records of violations that had occurred, and with regard to
yeah,
quiet.
I see it's in B3 as well. I mean, personally, I'd be fine with a copy and replace, or a find and replace, and just change 5 to 2 for everything, because it's a small apartment building with an on-site manager and a nearby office. So can I get thumbs on whether we want to just do a find and replace on 2 days and make it, or 5 business days and make it 2? Thumbs? Okay, we got 4. Lisa's makes 5. Lupita's camera's off. Dave, are you looking to say yes to that or no?
No, I didn't raise my thumb last time, and I'm not going to raise it again this time, because
okay,
to me 5 days is perfectly reasonable, but I'm not going to go crazy if it's 2.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we do have the majority, Hella, for changing it over to 2 business days for all information requests. Okay, so Hella's going to work on the A2 condition for when we're ready to see if we have a motion. Now let's go to B for quiet hours. I'll just start out by saying I like the way that the whole quiet hours section is written, and the hours that I would suggest are 10 and 7, 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on the weekdays, and 11 and 8 a.m., 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. on the weekends. But David?
That's exactly what I wrote down until I read the code and saw something different there. So yeah, I thought that for this particular property would be a really good set, especially since staff took the time to divide it into those weekdays and non-weekdays. So that's what I wrote down.
Sarah's got a thumb up. Any other comments on this? John?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the sentence of the third condition here. Tenants who are present are responsible for the noise generated within their dwelling unit. I don't know what that means. I think we want the management. My perception is that we should want the manager to be responsible for making sure that it doesn't happen and controlling it. We don't want to deal with the individual tenants. We want to deal with the owner and the manager of this building.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And if there's some statement in the lease between the owner and the tenant about who's responsible, that's fine. That doesn't concern us. But we, want to not deal with tenants. We want to deal with the owner and the manager.
Yeah, it's interesting. It says on my notes for that section too, just I put my little comments aside, and I think that's very important. At the end of the day, I do believe that this should be the responsibility of the owner, not the tenants. They choose the tenants, but they're making the choice of who they're going to be leasing to. So ultimately, they should be responsible. So this is, to me, problematic from the very beginning. They who have chosen differently, but this is what they want, so that they have to ultimately be responsible whatever their tenants do or don't do.
So this is the belt and suspenders approach of requiring that the project as a whole meet the quiet hours requirement. And I like the sentence that's the last sentence in the first paragraph of B that says during the quiet hours, no person on the property shall. So that's tenants and their guests and, you know, contractors, whoever is on the property, no one shall make the loud noises and amplified noises and so forth that disturbs neighbors. And then the second full paragraph below the requirements there in under B says basically what the lease has to say. So it gives, with a lease with language like that, it gives the landlord the hammer of being able to say to a tenant, I can break your lease if you violate the condition of approval here, that you remain quiet. And so, you know, I think that it would be, what you're doing is you're saying that the city, if one tenant's a problem tenant, if you take out all that stuff about tenant responsibility, you're saying that the city's got one option, which is to call into question the use review or take enforcement action against the project, the property, the owner. And I think you need to have the landlord, I mean, why have somebody on site who's an on-site manager if they can't provide any kind of oversight over the people who live there? And if all they can do is say, hey, be quiet, and they can't say, look, you be quiet, or, right? There's no teeth to what the on-site manager can do. John and Sarah?
I mean, just in response to that, the lease can be between the owner and the tenant can be written however the owner and tenant want to. I don't think we should be getting into that. The point of this is to hold the owner and manager responsible, and how he manages his tenants is his business. We just don't want any excuse for noise or any finger pointing, you know, where the owner says, oh, it says tenant in this condition. The owner has to be.
But that's not how it works. If there's a noise violation, we don't care about the tenant. We're going to send an enforcement letter to the owner, period. This doesn't give us the right to go after tenants. This just is providing sample language essentially for the owner that says, here's what we want to see in your lease. And I'll tell you what, if we vote to strike this paragraph about you know, the applicants for the lease language, if I'm the owner, I'm going to put that language right back into the lease anyway. Because I don't want to be the one who's.
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, I just want to point out, am I muted? No, I'm not.
No, you're.
I just want to point out that it does say, you know, after it does put the responsibility on tenants for their noise generated, it does say the applicant shall enforce the quiet hours requirements. And then it goes on to describe more of the applicant's responsibility. So this paragraph isn't quiet in terms of the applicant's responsibilities, I don't think. It just starts out by talking about tenants must conform to these requirements. So I'm not quite as sure that this gives some sort of a way that the applicant owner can somehow not answer to noise violations.
But this language does give each applicant, each tenant, 3 chances 3 bites at the noise apple. So totally, that's a lot more than 3 for the whole building.
Where do you see that, John?
In the middle of that paragraph,
Third violation.
the tenant for a 3rd violation.
Mhm.
The applicant shall create the right under lease to charge the tenant a penalty and or evict for a 3rd violation. So you can imagine what that implies if you have, 18 tenants.
Yeah.
But a violation would already occur with the first noise violation. A violation of the approval would occur with just 1 violation.
I guess my objective is just to avoid finger pointing when this actually comes to be an issue.
Can I just ask a
Sarah,
question?
you've been
Hella?
waiting for a while.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the 5-9-3 now, as of like 5 years ago, both the landlord and the tenant are could face fines for noise violations. Is that correct? That it was something passed by city council in order to
quiet enjoyment of home.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So although it's not stated here in the code, if you violate the noise regulations, both the landlord and the tenant are liable for any fine. I have no idea whether the city ever actually fines anyone, but it certainly has served that dual responsibility, which is in the code, has served to make landlords a lot more concerned about who they rent to and a lot more responsive when there are repeated noise violations. So I'm not sure that somehow this language here would negate what is already on the in the books and on the ground in terms of liability and responsibility.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sarah, and I just don't see any reason to take out anything in this paragraph except the first sentence is the only sentence that I think isn't doing any work. I think every sentence after tenants who are present are responsible for the noise generated within their dwelling unit. Every subsequent sentence does important work and helps the landlord enforce quiet in the building. And I can't make the point any more strongly. This idea is such a red herring that there are 48 violations that can happen before that anybody's in trouble. The first violation, the first noise violation that occurs, everything in the paragraph right after the little letter B about quiet hours comes into play, and the city can enforce the terms of this use review. So, I'd be comfortable taking that sort of general sentence, tenants who are present are responsible for the noise generated within their dwelling unit, out. But if we read through each subsequent sentence in that second paragraph under B, each one of those sentences does important work.
Yeah, I'd also be interested. I think taking that first sentence out might be a good idea, just because I would not want to imply that noise can only be generated within a dwelling unit. They can be generated in common areas. They can be generated out in the yard. So I wouldn't want to imply that nuisances would only happen within the dwelling unit. So that's a little bit problematic for me. So maybe removing that sentence would help with that.
And then the only other thing that I would like to see is just, I know it's kind of picking nits, but the quiet hours, it's hard to do it. It's hard to enforce quiet hours the way I'd like to see them enforced, with from Sunday through Thursday and Friday and Saturday. Because what I'd really like to see is that Friday night and Saturday night quiet hours start at 11. and all other nights, they start at 10, because Friday and Saturday are the weekend nights. Well, I think if you're in college, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are the weekend nights. But for the rest of us, Friday and Saturday are the weekend nights. And then morning quiet hours end at 7 on the weekdays, Monday through Friday, but 8 on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. So you got to stay quiet a little later on the weekends because people like to sleep in. Sarah?
I like that. And I'm thinking back to what I said before about the regulatory framework that exists right now in 5-9-3. Hella, do we need to make it, since we're not using the time frame that's in 5-9-3 for quiet hours, do we have to make it explicit that the penalties associated with the existing code would apply here, since we're using slightly different hours? Or is that an assumed?
This would be enforced under violation of the approval versus violation of 593.
So maybe we need to add something here that says, but the penalties that would apply would follow the penalties associated with 5-9-3. What do you guys think?
No. In general, it's the same penalties that apply anyways. We have a similar penalty schedule.
Okay.
I think the simple way to explain it is probably, hello, if I can jump in. I think the simple way to explain it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that 5-9-3 applies in its entirety except for the hours, which we're actually making more strict under the use review condition.
Well, I think it's just a different way it's a different violation. There can still be a violation of the code that's
okay. I get it.
And then there is a violation of the terms of the approval, which have certain quiet hours.
Okay, so we don't need to add extra language is what you're saying?
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. So, any other thoughts?
Just that we are changing that last sentence from 5 business days to 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have a thumb poll on night quiet hours are beginning at 10 o'clock weekdays, Sunday through Thursday, and 11 o'clock Friday and Saturday, and morning quiet hours end at 7 on weekdays and 8 on weekends. Thumb poll for that. Okay, got a majority. And then I would suggest that we just delete the sentence that reads tenants who are present or responsible for the noise generated within their dwelling unit and leave the rest of the paragraph the same, except to change it to 2 business days at the end. Thumb poll on that. Peter, me, Lisa, David, that's 4. Oh, Sarah's 5.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can we move on, or do we need more comments or changes on the quiet hours? Okay. All right. So we're going to move to occupancy, C. Thoughts? David?
I'll just go ahead and propose that, at least in my mind, it would be better for us just to, since this is the 48 was assuming 48 students, that we not get wrapped around the axle on trying to redefine unrelated adults, and just use the current city's definition of three unrelated. per unit, 48 unrelated total. And then, yes, if a family moved in with 2 parents and 2 kids, I don't think that runs afoul of the way we currently account for people in buildings. And so I think that's probably safe, rather than trying to change the definition from unrelated people. So that would be my opinion, Salvo.
John?
Yeah, I just wonder, does that mean that in each unit you could have 3 couples living? You know, one couple in each bedroom, as long as they're married or related, whatever the proper description is. So that could lead to quite a bit more than 48 people or 48 adults, even not worrying about kids.
And that's true in Hella, in today's 3-bedroom apartments that are under similar restrictions. 3 couples could move in. Is that correct? 3 married couples is my understanding.
No, I think under, well, Hello's the lawyer, but I think under our various elements of the code, you can have a family of any size and any relations plus 2 unrelated.
That sounds right. Yeah.
So you couldn't really have 3 families living in one apartment building, one apartment.
So that would kick in because that's the way. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's right. And a family is defined. There's multiple definitions of family, and it's all meant to make sure that no one is discriminated against. Is that right, Hella?
That's correct.
How'd she do, Hella? Good job, Sarah.
Thank you.
All right. So my comment is that I heard what Sarah said about by putting the hard cap of 48, we might actually be disincentivizing the landlord from renting to families. So I'm comfortable with the condition as it stands.
Me too.
No.
Okay. Move on to on-site management. Comments? Sarah.
So I have a comment.
Lupita?
So I would be curious to hear from the applicant if we can ask this question. If we do require on-site management, would it be someone in an office 24, there'd be someone in an office 24/7, or would it be a resident manager like a superintendent, a super?
Jim Johnson?
Thank you. I was actually trying to decide if my client was actually going to answer that one directly. My understanding is that if they had someone living on the property, it would be someone living in a unit, right? And the issue with that is they would not be able to find someone who was a professional manager for that slot, and so it would likely fall to somebody who was more in a peer situation. That's the concern, and my client feels pretty strongly that they believe that the professional management that is a 5-minute walk away from the property is the best solution. They're on call and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
But could you set up an office so that there was someone in an office, not a resident? And I personally have a problem with, this is not a dorm. And so a resident advisor is not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about an adult, maybe an adult with a family, if it's someone who's a super for the building. But if not a super, can you carve out an office space where there could be a person on site 24/7 who is responsible and doesn't live there? So I think I'm trying to think about different options.
Right. So you're not if you're saying doesn't, so you're saying though doesn't live there, you're saying just an office with someone who offices there and then otherwise available when they're not there 24/7. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm asking. Is that an option for you?
I will have to ask my client to answer that. I'm not familiar with exactly the layout of the proposed project in terms of whether there's space for an office. So I'll let him chime in.
There's really not space on the property to put an office. And if we're to try to staff it 24 hours a day, you'd have to hire somebody to literally sit in that office 24 hours a day, have 4 different people a week to staff it 24 hours a day, as opposed to offices we already have set up to be able to manage all of the properties appropriately.
Okay, thank you for that input.
I think Lupita had her hand up earlier to go next.
Sorry, I'm muted. And no, I think my previous question was asked by somebody else.
Okay. Any follow-up, Sarah, or other thoughts? Seeing Peter's hand go up, and then John.
I know we can't turn the clock back, but I did want to ask or confirm the situation at Marpa House before was an on-site manager who resided there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know. I'm just nodding actually, but I should have. Can ask the applicant.
Okay.
Anyone can answer.
Can I, if no one else is going to speak on that, I guess the original we're looking at a use expansion question here. Did the original use require by the city an on-site manager? Would be the question that I would ask, because that would lend some. And I just can't think. I've read through the code on rooming houses and things, but I can't. Or is this a boarding house? I can't even remember. But I don't know if that requires an on-site manager.
Go ahead.
There was nothing in our records that required one, and there's nothing in the definition of a boarding house that would require one either.
Okay, Charles shook his head and nodded in a way that lets me know that he agreed with both of the things you just said. Peter, do you want to keep going? Okay, Sarah?
But this is not defined as a boarding house. So, I mean, this is clearly a multi-family dwelling. It is not a boarding house. So I just, this is the same problem we had back in January, which was you really can't, we're being asked to compare apples to oranges during this process. And in some ways, what it was before is almost you can't apply it to the conversation that the approval process that we're going through now. It's really a question of how best to ensure good management of a building that is could have some impact on the character of a neighborhood. And how do you best, and that's what all these conditions are about. So I think this question is an on-site manager a requirement for that kind of effective management of a changed use in a particular neighborhood?
John?
I believe it is reasonable to require an on-site manager here. And exactly what sort of a manager that might be, I don't know. If it's just somebody who gets a break on their rent for dealing with the sorts of issues that could come up and can respond right away to, for example, complaints from neighbors about noise or something like that. But I believe that in a project of this size, it is reasonable to have on-site management.
Lupita?
Yes, I totally agree. I think that this is the only way that I would feel comfortable with this. It really does need to have an on-site person, and it does mean 24/7.
Lisa?
I feel like because we're not constraining it, or as far as I can tell from the provisions put forward by staff, we're not constraining this towards certain older people or trying to market to specific folks like we had talked about last time. But that makes having an on-site manager a really good idea. because it appears that it's still very much could be marketed toward and would be appealing to undergraduates. And nothing against them, but having someone on site who knows exactly where that noise just came from is incredibly useful versus someone being called from 5 minutes away to head over and we don't know what they're talking about. So I don't really have I'm not quite sure. I think it's very normal to have an on-site property manager who gets a break on rent. That's a very typical arrangement for a wide variety of buildings and apartment buildings and so on. So, and I don't quite understand the concern over the peer. I mean, you structure their job such that if they're not doing their job, then they no longer have a job. In this case, perhaps no longer have largely subsidized rent. So yeah, I'm in favor of having someone on site if it's likely to certain that we're going to have a lot of undergrads.
So let's take a thumb poll. Is there support for condition D, on-site management as written?
Take a look.
So far, we got everybody but David.
Yeah, I had one question I'd be interested in. If the on-site manager needed to take a vacation and wasn't there for a period of time, would it be reasonable to have some sort of is it reasonable to not expect them to ever be able to take a day off or something?
David, David, can I interrupt you? This is not requiring anything of an individual. This says that the applicant has to ensure that the on-site managers enforce the requirements and that one on-site manager is present on the property each day and each night.
Okay. So they could have backups.
They figure out how to meet that condition.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I mean, as written.
I thought about things like, well, there's nothing that says that the on-site manager has to be a resident. There's nothing that says 24/7. But in the end, I think that
can't be Spuds McKenzie.
Can't be Spuds McKenzie, but the two main things that are required, that the on-site manager enforce the agreement and that they're there day and night, that seems to me to be really tied back to the purpose of use review, which is mitigating conditions that could have deleterious impacts on the community. So, I'm really comfortable with the way this is written. Complaint management, E. Go ahead.
I'll just say that I just wanted to make sure that we wouldn't be in a position where if the person happened to be away, that the complaints would escalate to like a use, us having to consider removing the use because of the person just happened not to be home or something. But it sounds like what you're saying makes sense, that this is general enough that it wouldn't do that. So thank you. I just wanted to say why I was a little concerned about that.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Great. Okay. E, complaint management. Questions, thoughts? Is everybody, I'm going to just take a thumb poll now. Is everybody comfortable with the complaint management condition E, the way it's written? Okay, we'll move on to F.
Sorry, just with the change from 5 days to 2.
Yep. Okay. I think we captured that already, but good catch. Okay, nice catch. F, the maintenance section of the Good Neighbor Statement of Operations shall be modified around the complete vacation in August and safety inspection and so forth. Are we comfortable with that as written, or do we have any comments? Sarah?
I just actually have something of a question, and maybe this is a question to staff, which is, do safety I'm not aware of landlords doing safety inspections regularly. That doesn't mean they don't. It's not something I was aware happens on an annual basis. So first, does it normally happen on an annual basis?
Well, I think it's two separate things. So in terms of the rental license, I don't believe it's annual, but they are required to do a regular baseline inspection, I believe it's called. This provision in the code, I think, is just general maintenance. It's not a safety inspection per se.
Okay, so because the reason I ask is presumably over time, I mean, if not every renter is a student, there may come a time when people end up renting in December or in, you know, May, and you'd want that the flexibility to exist so that those rental schedules can change depending on people moving in and moving out. And so I'm wondering if maybe we could first of all, I want to thank Sloan for identifying this particular issue. It had completely, I had overlooked it, but to instead say the statement shall be modified to state that safety or basic maintenance inspection shall occur once a year in every unit. And that way it's not specific to the college calendar, but instead creates an opportunity, creates the space for people who might want to live there for 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years to do so.
I'll entertain Jim Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I understand from my client that they actually do safety inspections monthly when they change out the filters in the HVAC units. So that happens 12 times a year. So a condition for 1 time a year would obviously not be problematic.
Well, I think that raises, so what do other people think about this idea of at least freeing it up from the, I mean, maybe August is the right time to do it, but I just don't want it to end up pushing us only towards this college calendar.
Okay, I saw John's hand go up first and then David.
Yeah, I have the same concerns as Sarah, but I now in looking at this, with that August, the sentence removed about the August vacation, I think that the concern is diminished and that I'm not so worried about it. But we can talk about the college student focus also in section 5 in the marketing. That's the real concern that I perceive that you have, and it's what I have also.
David?
Yeah, John said pretty much what I was going to say, which was that if we do just recommend saying yearly instead of the month of August, then that opens us up in number 5 to talk about whether or not we can also encourage leases that don't line up with the school year. So that would be something we could talk about the next one, but I would support changing that to yearly instead of month of August.
So Sarah, would you accept a statement, would you accept a sentence that reads statement shall be modified to state that safety inspection shall occur at least annually instead of each August? Okay. Thumbs on that? Okay. So each August replaced with at least annually. You guys can start talking about 5. Hands, who wants to speak to marketing? John?
I think that 5, it's clear the objective of 5, and I agree with it. I'm just, and we talked about this a little bit earlier this evening. I'm just wondering if we can be more proactive in terms of encouraging or requiring marketing oriented towards families and long-term professional residents. I should take out professional, just long-term residents is probably a better way of putting it.
I'm happy, John, I'd be happy to support adding that to that list of graduate students, families, faculty of the university, long-term residents, and other tenants interested in, just adding that, and, long-term tenants.
And I'm also satisfied with having the city manager approve the plan. Pretty hard to specify it right here tonight, how they should do it.
So any other thoughts? So we're to add the term long-term tenants after the word university, or maybe long-term residents, comma, and other tenants interested in living in a, do you like long-term residents better, John? Okay,
Yeah,
so add long-term residents.
It's more general and appropriate.
Add long-term residents after university. Okay, so if we were to add all of these, if we were to make all the changes that we just went through, can I get a thumb poll of who would be willing to vote for approval, so we know whether we should even go for that or not? Okay, well, we got a majority. Is there anybody who wants to propose any final changes before we put together what's going to be a very long motion? All right. Then, Hella, have you finished the language for the disclosure of vehicle ownership for A2?
Yeah, I would suggest that you include in your motion to revise 4A little Roman 2 to require each tenant to disclose in their parking agreement the motor vehicle license plate, make, model, and type of each vehicle they own or use, and that if a parking space is assigned, the agreement shall record the motor vehicle plate, make, model, and type of the vehicle for which a parking space is assigned.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to try to make a motion here, guys. So in 4A, I move that we approve, well, let me see what the motion language is. I move to approve use review application number LUR 2020-00022, adopting the staff memoranda as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria and subject to the recommended conditions of approval found in the staff memorandum for the board's February 18th, 2021 meeting, with the following changes. To 4A1, no more than 12 should replace no more than 8 motor vehicles. For 4A2, the sentence that says if a parking space is assigned needs to begin with each tenant shall disclose. Hello, they said each tenant shall you can read that part. Sorry?
Require each tenant to disclose in their parking agreement the motor vehicle license plate, make, model, and type of each vehicle they own or use, and that if a parking space is assigned, the agreement shall record the motor vehicle plate, make, model, and type of the vehicle for which a parking space is assigned.
So that would be the.
I have a concern.
I'm in the middle of making the motion. So the second sentence would be replaced in 4A2 with what Hella just stated. 4A7 would be changed to within 2 business days. Moving on to B, quiet hours. Night quiet hours shall begin at 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Morning quiet hours shall end at 7 a.m. on weekdays and 8 a.m. on weekends. And then we are deleting the sentence tenants who are present are responsible for the noise generated within their dwelling unit. C and D are the same.
There's a 5 business day reference at the end of B. It changes to 2.
Oh, right. And okay. And at the end of the last sentence in B, just the last sentence in B, change 5 business days to 2 business days. Moving on to E, complaint management, changing 5 business days to 2 business days. And under F, yes, under F, the term each August shall be replaced with at least annually, the term at least annually. And then in 5, before the only appearance of the term, or sorry, after the comma, after the only appearance of the term university, add long-term residence, comma. And those are the changes that planning board, or that I'm recommending in this motion. Can I get a second, and then we'll have discussions of the motion?
I'll second. And
seconding.
I have a minor friendly that I'll add at some point, but once we get into discussion.
Okay, well, let's get John's comment first, and then you're friendly.
Yeah, my concern was with Hella's language on the information about autos. It sounded, if I understood correctly, that it occurs only in connection with providing a parking space.
No, the way that so it says each tenant shall sign a parking agreement. Each tenant. So the parking agreement shall include a disclosure. So she actually is capturing every tenant.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be sure that whether it's in the lease or something else, the information is there. So, okay.
Okay. Good job, Hella. David, you're friendly.
Just a very minor wording in the very basic first sentence of the motion, subject to the recommended conditions and possible additional conditions of approval. Because those are 2 different sections below, and I just want to make it clear that we're including the recommended conditions and possible additional conditions of approval with the following changes that you just said.
No, I said as modified by the following, and then I went through all the modifications.
Right, but I just want to make sure that we are referring to the possible additional conditions, so it doesn't seem like we're only referring to the prior recommended conditions, which is what the wording currently kind of implies. It just says recommended conditions right now.
Well, the recommended conditions of approval are in this staff memorandum. Oh, yes, that's great. David, I thought of that too. No, I thought of that too, and I forgot. I totally forgot about that. So I would take the friendly if you phrased it as with the removal of the language possible additional conditions of approval above number 4.
There we go. Yeah, we could
possible.
Yeah, we could just remove. Yeah, that could be the other thing, is just remove the language of possible additional conditions of approval. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts about the motion on the table? John?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I'm going to support this, but for me, I think it would have been even better if the applicant had come with a boarding house proposal where there was a common kitchen and plenty of bedrooms and something in principle similar to the fraternities and Marpa House that existed there before. But I recognize that this is not likely to gain support from the majority on planning board, and therefore I will support this motion.
Yeah, similar situation as John. I really thought it would have been much better have they gone back and come back with a proposal where we didn't have to contort so much to come out with something that hopefully will work. I just hope in the future we have more courage to just say no to something and send people back to the drawing board to come up with better proposals. But I will vote for this too, but I really think we could have done better and probably served, give the applicant a better chance to come out with something they like more. I hope they will be okay with all the proposed changes. We didn't ask them after all of these last changes, so I don't know how they're feeling about all of this. But nonetheless, I will be also voting for it. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Discussion to the motion? Okay, then given the length of the motion, I'm not going to restate it as the motion of planning board unless for some reason staff feels that it needs to be clarified. Okay. All right, then the motion as proposed is the motion of the board, and I'll take a roll call vote. David Ensign.
Aye.
John Gerstle.
Aye.
Peter Vitale.
Aye.
Lisa Smith.
Aye.
Lupita Montoya.
Aye.
Sarah Silver.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So the proposal passes 7-0. Congratulations to the applicant. And I will suggest that we take a break. It's 8:38. We'll come back at 8:45. All right. Welcome back. All right, so we are still recording and meetings back in order here, back in session, and we are having our one public hearing item for the night. It's not a easy lift, it's a site and use review. And the agenda title is Public Hearing and Planning Board Consideration of a Site and Use Review Application, LUR 2020-00038. To redevelop the property located at 2727 29th Street with a proposed 100% on-site permanently affordable housing development consisting of 100 attached dwelling units with on-site leasing office and small community space and associated site improvements. Use review approval is necessary for attached dwelling units located along the ground floor facing the street in the Business Main Street or BMS zone district. And before I turn it over to staff, I'm going to call for disclosures from members of the planning board. So I think I'll just go in order on my screen here. David?
Well, I mean, I've been to Rally Sport and I've walked past the property, but other than that, nothing to disclose, and I can be fair and neutral.
Okay. John Gerstle?
I've walked around the area and become familiar with it, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, Peter Vitale.
Same. I did have to stop there Sunday morning or Saturday to pick up goggles that my kids left at the pool, and staff report said the place was closed, and so I was either hallucinating or it is still open. And like everyone else, I live in the town that Coburn built, so I'm here. Another great Coburn project.
Okay, Lupita?
Nothing to disclose.
And then Lisa?
Familiar with the site and I've been inside, but nothing that would stop me from being fair and impartial.
Okay, Sarah?
Nothing to disclose.
Okay, I'm going to disclose that I am working on a project in another county, and I'm the lawyer who represents the applicant, and Coburn has been the architect representing the applicant. I don't have any kind of relationship, contractual or otherwise, with Coburn, other than we both are advising the same applicant on a different project in a different county.
Harmon,
If you want to ask me the questions,
can you be fair and impartial and make your decision solely based on the evidence presented here today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to turn it over to Charles Farrow, our Development Review Manager, to introduce this project.
Great, thanks very much, Chair. So Andrew Collins is going to be presenting staff's analysis tonight, and just wanted to note that you typically see Andrew presenting information related to code amendments. He serves on our code amendment team along with Carl Geiler. So he's here tonight to help fill some of the gaps resulting from the COVID-related staffing reductions that we've experienced. So Andrew's going to get his site and use review merit badge tonight. So I'll turn it over to him to take you through staff's analysis.
Welcome to Current Planning, Andrew.
Yeah, great to be here. I'm going to share my screen here real quick. That's all visible to everyone. So the project on the agenda tonight is a site and use review for 2727 29th Street. As previously introduced, this is the Boulder Housing Partners project that is 100% affordable, located at the corner of Bluff Street and 29th Street. Just a recap of where we are. So this received concept plan review from the planning board in June of last year. It's now back for its site review. The project does propose over 50,000 square feet in floor area, which triggers a site review. In addition, it's also proposing a height modification, which requires the planning board review and consideration. As part of the project site review process, they are proposing some modifications to the standards, most notably to the front yard setback standards, the third floor setback standards. In addition, the individual principal buildings floor area, each one is over 15,000 square feet. There's 3 different buildings. That is also a modification as well. They're requesting a height modification up to 42.8 feet, where 38 is allowed by right, and then a 32% parking reduction. The project does require a use review for the attached ground floor residential uses that are along the street frontages in this zoning district. This is one of our limited uses, attached residential, so it's allowed by right if it's on upper levels or if it's not located along the street frontage. Otherwise, it requires the use review, which is why it's here tonight. Public notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet, as well as published in the newspaper. The sign posting requirement at the time of application, that was waived due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The site is shown here in green. This is the existing and still operating Raleigh Fitness Center. That was an omission from the previous staff report. But you can see here it's located at the northwest corner of Bluff and 29th Street. Belmont Road is to the north, and then 28th Street is to the west. This is a primary retail commercial corridor. Walgreens and some other uses are located along 28th Street. Further back, tucked in, it becomes more mix of multifamily residential uses, as well as some older strip commercial uses. And you can see also that the the Goose Creek path runs along to the south of the property and connects in just off the screen to the Boulder Junction Depot. So this site itself has less visibility in terms of retail visibility than compared to properties fronting along 28th or Valmont. The Boulder Valley Comp Plan land use designation is general business, and it prescribes that uses should consist of a mix of business uses, but also that housing compatible the surrounding business areas can be encouraged and may be required. The zoning is BMS, Business Main Street. Which serves to have a mix of uses, primarily retail and other commercial uses, but does allow for other complementary uses also. So the image on your right side of the screen is the existing Raleigh Fitness Center. You can see the building pushed back off the street with surface parking towards the corner. These are the 2 adjacent properties to the north at the top of your screen, and then to the west at the bottom of your screen. Some more of the neighboring properties, you can kind of get a sense for the existing older kind of strip commercial development that might be nearby, as well as some of the newer multifamily residential projects. So the project labeled 3 is the Thistle affordable housing development. And then at the bottom right, that's kind of catty corner to this project site, is also some existing condo development. In addition, on the screen, so the green star is a site on Bluff and 29th. The site is in close proximity to bus stops along both Belmont and 28th Street, as well as, again, within a quarter-mile walk down the Goose Creek path to the Boulder Junction Depot. So the proposed plan calls for 100 attached residential units. They will all be permanently affordable and managed by the Boulder Housing Partners. A mix of studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedroom units will be provided. Again, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, there are 3 distinct buildings. Each one will be 3 stories tall, up to 42.8 feet in height. They are proposing 82 parking spaces as part of their parking reduction, 200 bike parking spaces, as well as providing right-of-way and easement space for sidewalk improvements, both along Bluff and 29th, and also for the future alley along the western side of their property. They're providing the right-of-way for that once other properties redevelop adjacent to that same future alley. Also, we wanted to note that the project is providing over double the amount of required open space as measured per code. So the image on the right kind of shows some of the, shows a site plan of the proposal with the buildings built up to the street, kind of in a more urban form, anchoring the corner. There's a large central open space courtyard being provided with a pass-through at the ground level down to the corner. The project is de-emphasizing the parking by doing the parking reduction and then utilizing that extra space for additional open space for a enlarged courtyard. The image at the bottom left kind of shows what some of those seating areas will look like. These are the architectural elevations. The upper one is along Bluff Street, and then the bottom one is along 29th Street. The materials are all the same. These renderings just came out a little bit different to the different buildings, but the building materials consist of brick, wood, perforated metal panel, as well as some cement board. And then these are some new character imagery perspectives, which really show the architecture a little bit better. Again, you have the strong corner feature anchored at the corner with the pass-through into the large courtyard. The ground floor units all have walk-up patios accessible from the sidewalk. And then each of the upper floor units also have balconies as well for their private open space. So the key issues for this project are, does the project meet the site review criteria of the code? Secondly, does it meet the proposed parking reduction? Does it meet that section of the code as well? And then thirdly, does the proposed ground floor residential use, is that consistent with the use review criteria? So the proposal is consistent with many of the comp plan's goals and policies, including for a compact development pattern, enhanced design for all projects, as well as policy 6.18, neighborhood streets and alleys. Again, this project provides the right-of-way and easement areas for the future alley along the western property line. In addition, it's consistent with many of the inclusionary housing goals of the comp plan as well. In terms of the project's relationship to the surrounding area, staff did find that the project is compatible with the existing mix of multifamily developments and commercial uses in the neighborhood. It's also providing new sidewalk improvements to connect to the pedestrian and bike systems, and again, as well as the future alley right-of-way. The building design, again, is more urban in character, built up to the street with walk-up ground floor units. There are durable materials, and the overall design is compatible to this evolving area of town. The open space is providing just over 27 square feet of open space, where only 11,500 is required, and consists again of a large courtyard with seating areas, as well as integrated stormwater facilities. And then as part of the site review, this project is requesting a height modification, again, up to 42.8 feet for all of the buildings, based upon the provision shown on the screen, section 9214 BE4, which allows for additional height requests for projects where the building's floor area dedicated to affordable residential is at least 40%. In this case, virtually 100% of the floor area will be dedicated to affordable housing. The second key issue is the parking reduction. Doesn't meet the parking reduction criteria. Again, they're proposing a 32% reduction by providing 82 spaces where 121 will be required. The site is located in, again, close proximity to a variety of alternative transit modes, including bus stops, and again, the Boulder Junction Depot, as well as a bike network along Goose Creek Path. They are, as part of their TBM strategy, proposing to provide eco passes for residents, 200 total bike parking spaces, and then there's also ample on-street bike parking located along both Bluff and 29th Streets. The third key issue is whether the proposed ground floor attached residential use is consistent with the use review criteria. Staff found that the proposed ground floor residential units were a compatible transition to the neighboring uses in the area, including to the other nearby multifamily residential developments, which do have ground floor units, as well as to the commercial and office uses nearby as well. The ground floor units will have minimal adverse impacts. There's no nuisance issues or noxious impacts, including limited impacts to infrastructure. And then finally, the proposed ground floor units will not change the predominant character of the area. Again, this is kind of an evolving area. There's already mixed use, or I should say already multifamily development in the area, as well as office and commercial space. So in conclusion, staff does recommend approval of the proposal and for planning board to adopt the following motion on the screen. But we'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. You can pull your screen down so we can see everybody, please. Thank you. Any questions for staff from the board? Sarah's first.
So I actually have Andrew, first of all, great job. Awesome. Can you just give us a little insight into the purpose of third story setbacks?
Yeah, I think they're predominantly intended to allow some breathing room from the street, to try to avoid maybe we have a tall, narrow street with kind of a canyon effect. So in this case, the setback standard is 20 feet from the line. So they are providing between 14 feet up to 19 feet with the various buildings, kind of keeping it in line. So it's not that it's pushed all the way up to the street already. It's kind of pushed back to some extent. But I think it's for more light and air and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, John, and then David.
Yeah, with respect to the fate of the ground floor in this project, to what extent have you been able to consider or analyze the need for commercial space in this neighborhood generally? Because what's being proposed here results in less commercial space ultimately in the neighborhood than might otherwise be indicated by the zoning.
Sure. I mean, we have not done an analysis of the commercial catchment area. We simply reviewed it against the use review criteria and found that it met that criteria in our findings. But I think the applicant can also speak to the reasons why they may not be able to include, retail or non-residential uses as part of this project a little bit more also.
Thank you.
I think David is next, then Lupita.
Yes. Well, thanks, Andrew. It's fun to work on something with you other than the details of every little cell in a use table. So spent quite a bit of time on that over the last few years. So I just wanted to say it's great to see sidewalk improvements, and when we have things like this with that multi-use path across the corner. I did read Community Cycle's comment about the curb cuts, and I couldn't really tell from the plans exactly where the curb cuts were on the corner for pedestrians, but I also couldn't help but think that kind of pairing this up with a project to not only do really natural curb cuts, but also even like a zebra stripe going across to the multi-use path, and even traffic slow calming treatments on the corner or on that curve could be really interesting. So I just wondered if there's any opportunities to trigger some additional adjacent things that make it easier to get to and from the multi-use path.
Yeah, we talked with our transportation staff about that comment. And so there's currently no proposed, pedestrian ramps to cross the street. And so I think that was the Community Cycle's point, was there could be some ramps proposed to do a crosswalk across the street. But talking to our transportation staff, the 29th and Bluff Street is one continuous curved segment. There's no stop sign. So they were concerned that putting curb ramps on one side would encourage people to walk out across the street and cars may not see them. And so in their minds, they thought it wouldn't be appropriate at this time, but as more properties were developed in the area, it was certainly something they could revisit to see about getting some kind of direct connection to that multi-use path across the way. But that at this time, they felt that there was not adequate visibility for pedestrians to cross without some kind of stop sign that'd be more involved, kind of outside the scope of this particular project that's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think it's Lupita's turn.
Yes, my question had to do with the 32% reduction in parking, and I'd like to just hear a little bit about more of the reasoning, and also how does that compare with other 100% or high percentage of affordable housing sites that we may have in terms of parking. My concern being that some of the people that we do have in our city that will be needing this sort of housing do use vehicles for their jobs.
Gotcha. Yeah. So they are proposing some TDM strategies, including the Eco Pass system, Eco Passes for the train for all their residences that will be leasing the apartments, as well as the bike parking. So there's 150 long-term and 50 short-term bike parking spaces. In addition, I think there's the proximity to the Boulder Junction Depot and the transit options that are right there kind of help support more walkability, at least in staff's determination. And then they did have a TDM report as part of the attachment submitted that their consultant, I believe, found that the requested modification, the reduction in the parking would be supportable. And maybe the applicant can speak more about the exact numbers with that. In terms of what the other affordable projects provide for housing, I really don't have that information myself.
Yeah, I can probably speak to that a little bit, Andrew. It's not uncommon for permanently affordable projects to have at least 33% parking reductions. We have some in town with upwards of almost 80%. So I think BHP has a pretty good feel for how to manage their parking. So maybe they can speak to how they do that as part of their presentation.
Well, I would really appreciate that, Park. Like I said, I think the parking is more relative to the kind of jobs that some segments of our population has, and that's my only concern, that for them really it is not a choice. It really they're relying on the vehicles for the livelihoods.
Other questions, John?
Yeah, as I seem to recall when we looked at this about a year ago in concept review, that there was the possibility of a path going from east to west along the north side of the property to 28th Street from, and I don't see that in the material we've received today. I was wondering, am I misremembering, or has something happened to eliminate the possibility of that path?
I'll let the applicant speak to that design. I'm trying to remember, if that was a direction they were going to move in. I don't recall.
Andrew, that's fine. John, can you just hold that question and re-ask it after the applicant presentation?
Sure.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, I think we can hear from the applicant. Oh, Sarah.
Yeah, so this is actually in the transportation area as well. Sorry, my notes are over on this laptop. In reading through the traffic report, the traffic analysts made the point that one of the intersections that's already in existence at 28th and Bluff has very low LOS scores. And I'm just curious if you all have been thinking about how to deal with that as you increase the number of residents, people who might be using their cars at that intersection.
It might be, again, a question for the applicant with this particular project, but I think reading through that report as well, it seemed that this proposal would not increase the level or decrease the level of service on the networks versus what's already.
Right. Well, it's already a C and sometimes an F, which would suggest that it needs some fixing. And I think I'm not sure it's the applicant's responsibility. I think it might be I'm not sure, it might be the city's responsibility.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. The way that we've done transportation planning in the city is kind of, very frankly, to ignore levels of service and, and really put capital into our alt nodes. And that's what we've done. So, we frequently have turn pockets, in town, particularly off 28th Street that, operate at worse than a level of service F. I think the city's investment in alternative modes, particularly in transit as well as multi-use path investment, is really where we've focused our resources, less so on improvements to the roadways for the level of service of vehicles. So it's really been kind of a policy direction that the city has pursued over the years.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, and just for our for our benefit, for when we end up deliberating, I would just ask staff to confirm that the only reason this application is in front of us for the use review portion of our review is the ground floor residential, and that we're not to, you know, get deeply into all kinds of site-specific details and you know, in the way that we talked about the use review in our last hearing. Okay, I see nods, meaning the answer.
In terms of the actual, the use review is only for the ground floor residential along the streets.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
This probably is the right time to ask staff to explain when or how this particular ground floor retail component came about, because in my mind, I just want to make sure that I'm right in how I'm handling this, but I wanted to have staff confirm the intent, or at least the policy behind this this ground floor retail. And don't know if everybody was on the board when, if I recall correctly, it came about at some point recently. And that might help our discussion.
Sure. Yeah, and Charles can jump in as well, but I think this is one of our new limited uses. So we at end of 2019, council adopted some changes to the use table code, and so this is one of them. So as a limited use for this one, I think it's L1, attached residential is allowed by right so long as it's not located on a ground floor facing a street in this zoning district BMS. So the intent is to encourage non-residential uses, commercial or retail uses along the ground floor, along kind of the business main street areas. However, there is a use review option where it can be reviewed against the standard use review criteria. So again, I guess that's the overall intent. It depends on where, the location and the actual context, I would say, as well for the site.
I think part of the rationale for including the mechanism to allow a use review to entertain residential uses at the ground floor was to recognize that every site might not be viable for retail uses. I think this is probably a pretty good example of a site that might not function well with retail in it. And then I think the other thing was really to allow the maximization of permanently affordable housing. I think that was part of the discussion, was to really allow opportunities to load up sites with affordable housing where it's appropriate.
Follow up?
Yep, go ahead, Peter.
Did this come about because of the concern that the Baseline and Broadway Shopping Center may be converted into housing, and that's what triggered this? Or was this around before?
The Baseline Zero development,
Not Baseline Zero. The
Basemar.
Was this councilman when Carlisle was on council? Was this when this came about? This concern that we would lose community serving retail, and so we put this into position, which now seems to pop up in various places that we have to now have a use review around it.
So that was that's what initiated that suite of code changes. That wasn't necessarily the prescriptive direction, but I think that was one of the policy issues that we were tasked with trying to put some regulations to.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions before we turn it over to the applicant? And I know we already have a couple of questions queued up for the applicant. So give it back to Andrew Collins, and Andrew, if you can help the applicant through. The applicant has 15 minutes to make their presentation, with an additional 3 minutes only for rebuttal purposes after public comment.
Okay, good evening. I am going to get us kicked off here. I'm Laura Scheinbaum. I'm with Boulder Housing Partners. Thank you so much for having us. It's exciting to be back before you with this project at 27 27, 29th Street, we did note some of the questions that came up during the comments from Planning Board, and we will be sure to address those once we get through the main presentation here. So we're BHP, Boulder Housing Partners. We're the housing authority of the city of Boulder. We've been in front of you enough times. I think you know who we are, but simply we are the property manager and developer of exclusively affordable housing in the city of Boulder. These are no easy tasks some days, but really incredibly important. I think we all saw news of recent days that Boulder now has the infamy of being in the top 10 most expensive communities in the country for average home price. And I think we heard from the chamber today that home prices have gone up 11% since the pandemic started. So we are doubling down on our efforts for the amount of affordable housing that we're trying to provide in the city. It's sometimes a little challenging, but we're thrilled to be bringing 100 units of exclusively affordable to you tonight. So we view housing as really a linchpin for the well-being of both an individual in a community and also the community itself. With livable, healthy, sustainable housing that's brought forward at an affordable rent level to a variety of income levels as well, we really believe anyone can thrive here in Boulder. Thank you. Next slide. As you can see on this slide, we really, per our mission, have a great nexus. It's very clear with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So some of those overlaps are right here. Every project we design is meeting the incredible need and demand for affordable. Every time we lease up a project, the demand is so strong that they lease up very quickly. Our projects are really invested in creating neighborhood diversity and equity and economic resiliency, not only for an individual who's renting from us, but also for the city. So, you know, a lower rent, an affordable rent means more money in somebody's pocket, which then also means more money being spent in theory in the city, which is really a win-win for the individual and the community. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So not only do we have nexus with Boulder Valley Comp Plan, but we have commitments that are to community benefits. So you can see some images here of a rendering of 30 Pearls. So we are committed to public art at any of our new developments. We build it into what we do for the site. And then you'll see us starting to actively put murals and different forms of art within our portfolio. We have resident service, community serving spaces at all of our properties. We are incredibly committed to environmental efficiencies, and so we really strive to even go beyond what the city's already very extreme requirements are for energy efficiency. And then, as you heard from Andrew, we do transportation, take that very seriously as well, especially alternate forms of transportation. So we provide eco passes to our residents, have bike share and car share programs. So the other thing I'll point out on this slide is the map. So we are located, as you can see, we're spread out all over the city. So options, I think, are really important for people to be able to choose perhaps what's going to meet their needs. And I think that is you know, having access to your school or your work and having those choices is really important. Rally Sport is super well located right in the center of town and has that great access to multimodal transportation and bike paths and all that good stuff as well. So I think that there are very few trade-offs for this project, and sometimes we have to sort through some things that are hard, but in this instance, I think we're presenting to you a really robust and strong project that is 100% affordable. It's going to be vibrant. It's great location. It's beautifully designed and of course affordable. So I hope you like it as much as we do. I'm now going to hand off to Bill Hollicky with Coburn, and he will walk you through some of the details of the project. Thanks.
Thanks, Laura. Andrew, if we could go to the next slide. It's a fascinating site, as both Andrew and Laura have mentioned. It's very amenity rich, restaurants, stores, grocery stores, fitness centers. If we could go to the next slide, it's also very well served by both bike paths and mass transit. So on the next slide, what's interesting about all this is that we've talked about trying to get residential into the commercial cores of various parts of town for a long time. It's critical, right? Because if it's just a commercial area, it's a 9-to-5 community and it's not a neighborhood and it's not healthy. So there's this big swath through the middle of this area of town that's just, or has been historically just commercial. Yellow is residential. So we've got the established residential on the west, and we have a bunch of residential to the east, but nothing sort of in the middle. And what started to develop is really encouraging along Goose Creek, which is the dark green line, and the open space, the light green. There are residential areas that are starting to pop up and crop up, and it's forming like this main street of residential through that kind of sinewy connection. And this continues that pattern. The Goose Creek spur goes up to the north and joins this property, and this property continues that kind of residential transformation, not of the whole area, but just enough to start it into a more healthy kind of functional neighborhood. On the next slide, and Andrew showed some of this too, there's a lot of work to be done. Most of this area was built over the course of 20 or 30 years, and it was all auto-dominated, right? So all the streets, sidewalks, setbacks, buildings, parking lots, it's all for the car. It's not for people. There's a little hint of change. We've got the residential property in the northeast, the white rooftops up there. As Andrew mentioned, also, there's some residential properties to the south that are starting to reclaim the streets for people. But this project has to do a good job of doing that in order to continue that pattern and kind of be a catalyst to that change. It also really has to capture the Goose Creek Pass spurs that comes in from the south. And that's that gray spur that comes in on the bottom right of the picture. So we'll keep that in mind. On the next slide, when we came to you at concept plan, we sort of illustrated how we got to this massing, how we got to this design. We started with the overall buildable area. That's the gray box in the upper left. And then we cut out of it the open space, create light and air for the residents, and shrink the building width down to something that's sustainable from a light and air standpoint. But then we penetrate that in the upper right with the blue. We want to connect that open space and that interior to the public realm, to the streets where people are going to be. So it's important to erode that. And then on the bottom left, tuck the parking behind, because the last thing we want to do is divorce the building from the street and put parking in between where people are going to be walking and where people are going to be living. And then in the middle on the bottom, that's the kind of resultant pattern. And that's where we left it the last time we showed it to you. I think there was a lot of comfort with that on planning board, and we heard that. So we developed that further. And to take the diagram to the next step, on the next slide, you can kind of see how that diagram has now become architecture. So we'll get into the site plan. If we could go to the next slide, we'll talk about the details of that. We really have a lot of focus on trying to connect building to the public realm. Because again, in this area of town, we have to reclaim the public realm. It's not an outdoor room, and it needs to be. So we're trying to create a situation where that junction between 29th Street and the building and Bluff Street and the building is really strong. And then we also want to create open space inside so that there's relief for the residents. They have a place to go, they have a place to socialize. And mostly that's about creating community, these little caught spaces and places for people to interact. And that's what builds that neighborhood we've found over the years. The parking is kept to the west and to the north in the alley. That will be a future alley that we're dedicating space to the city for on the west. And then the parking lot to the north, trash is back there. But really, we're kind of keeping the human realm to the south, to the east, and to the southeast corner. On the next slide, we'll talk about some of the things that we heard planning board tell us last time. Go back one. Thank you. Appreciate it. So you had mentioned, can we get more affordable units in here? And would increasing the height allow us to do that? Unfortunately, in this zone, FAR and units are very limited. So this is what fits. We can't put any more on there. But you also encouraged us to do some more play with the roofs, get some penetrations through that height limit, and not to go wild or anything. But we did take advantage of that, and we'll show you that in a minute. We talked about the parking, and when we came through a concept plan, we had a really, we had fewer parking spaces. You said that made sense, but you wanted us to really consider what that appropriate number was. We'll talk about that in a moment. The potential for first floor commercial came up in conjunction with the use review, and also, John, what you mentioned about what's appropriate. We did go back and look at that pretty hard. And first of all, BHP's mission is to bring as many units as possible of affordable housing into the city. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump through in order to do that, from with financing and the regulations and everything else. But maybe more importantly, this area is predominantly commercial right now. there is no want for commercial space here. There may be want for commercial space elsewhere in town, but here what's missing is the residential. That's what's keeping it from being a complete neighborhood. And the other reality is there's not enough people in Boulder to support first floor commercial everywhere in town. So we need to create this residential here. And one of the things you mentioned was, well, okay, if you're going to do residential on the first floor, make sure it works. So we'll talk about how that works. And then the last thing that we heard was, hey, make sure that the open spaces, we really want them to be more connected to the street. They were fairly closed down. So we opened up those building gaps on the north and the south side more, and then put a place on the south side where you could really occupy and recreate to kind of connect that to the street. So Andrew, now if you could go to the next slide, appreciate that. This is a view of that courtyard space. So again, what Andrew was talking about, we have a lot of these little moments because we found that that's where community happens, right? There's little caught places that people can feel comfortable. We call them eddies. And that, you know, a group of 2 or 3 people can stand around and talk and be comfortable and not feel like they have to keep moving. Next slide, Andrew, thanks. It's even more pronounced on the front. So there's 2 things we need to do on the front of the building. The first is to make the pedestrian scale at the street. And the second is to create an appropriate transition between the sidewalk, the common space, and the private of the residential. So we're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. There's been an enormous body of scientific work over the last 10 years that proves that the brain maps things in the first 12 feet at a much higher level of detail than it does things above that, because we could maybe touch it. So we want to know how to interact with it. But that's the enhancement at that level allows a greater connection to it. You've heard me say that before. So we're really working on the first level here. We've got the awning that comes across and transitions between balcony and awning and in and out, and that helps create the roof to create that outdoor room. We've got the steps up to the units, and we have trees, and then we have planters that help shield the residential from the street and also create a lot of interest at that first floor. We're using brick, and we're doing a real base, and we're doing lintels and moving the windows up and down, and all those things that make, we're trying to kind of steal from Pearl Street Mall, the old section of Pearl Street Mall. All those ins and outs and movements and the fact that it's a bunch of different buildings are what makes it interesting. So we're trying to steal that level of detail. Up above, there's still detail, but it's less important for that. So in this way, we're trying to make that appropriate transition with grade separated and shielded with multiple screens between the public of the sidewalk and the private of the units. If we could go to the next slide.
Bill, I don't mean to interrupt. You've got about 2 minutes.
Thank you. The open space, we didn't want to just say, hey, we've got all this extra open space. We're programming it. So the dark green is places where people can circulate and gather. The light green is more visual. So that's where gardens, plantings, bushes, trees go. And then the sidewalks are not just going to be gray, they're enhanced with a better surface than that. So, you know, decorative throughout to make you comfortable hanging out there. The next slide is the parking. Maybe the best way to handle this is in the question and answer. I know there's a question about it, but we did look at, BHP looked hard at the other sites that they have, and they feel this is an appropriate amount of parking. So I'd welcome a question there. We could talk about it in more detail. And then to finish up the last 2 slides with the architecture. So this is an eclectic area of town. It's not downtown. It's not established. It's eccentric at best. So we wanted to create an architecture that was classic and had all the components of good buildings, but still had movement to it and had interest to it. But it still has a base and a cornice and a top, and it has the brick, and it has shielded balconies so you can feel comfortable on them. And it has lintels over the windows, and it has announcements with the towers at the entries, the parts that of the building you interact with, because we want to make sure that it's going to be timeless. It still has the components that make good architecture. It just has some more movement and interest because it's in this developing part of town. And then on the last slide, this corner is really important. It does receive the bike path. That is where you interact with that. So the awning sticks out there a little bit like a theater marquee. The mesh comes up to say, hey, this is an important corner. And then the inside of that tunnel is all built out of wood. And it also is very sculptural. So that column has the wood kind of moving on it. It's hard to see in this rendering, but the ceiling moves around like a warped parquet floor. And the idea is as you walk along or as you bike across, it's a very comforting place to be, and it welcomes people into the project. So that's what we had to say, and certainly welcome questions. I know there's some things on people's minds.
Great, thanks. Questions from planning board? John, if you want, we can start with you.
Yeah, I was interested in the possibility of an east-west path connecting 29th Street and 28th Street along the north portion of the property, probably through that parking lot. Seemed to me that that was being discussed previously, but I don't see it here. So I'm just wondering what's going on.
So it's a good question, John. I remember that it came up in planning board as a question, and I apologize if I misremember, but I didn't think it was a direction. However, we did think about that. Andrew, would it be possible for me to bring the site plan back up? Could you bring like slide 11 up or something, 10? So we talked to transportation staff about that, and that's great, that'll work, thank you. That's not an identified path in the TMP. And so there's no way for anyone to require that the sites to the west eventually do that. There's also this concern about how it works with the parking lot. So what we ended up doing, rightly or wrongly, we thought this would at least provide that connection, is there's the path between the two buildings, the south building and the north building on the eastern side. And it changes color, so it's not, I wish I could just draw a line on the screen, but you can then continue north and then take a left, and that sidewalk could connect all the way to a property to the west. BHP is going to manage this long term, and I think that if there is a pedestrian connection, we're very supportive of that, and we'd like to continue with that connection. There's even that the crosswalk that's hatched that would continue to the alley. But that alley would have to be crossed, and that is now dedicated to the city. So if the city could work with the neighboring property owner to the west, it's not a direct connection, but there is a way to walk through the site to get across. But I just need to reiterate, because it was reiterated to me, that there is nothing in the TMP that would require that connection on the western property.
Thank you.
Sarah.
So I think we may have talked about this at concept plan, but I'd like to understand why there are no 3-bedroom units. It is my understanding that there's a long list of people looking for permanently affordable housing who need 3 bedrooms because they have kids. So I'm curious what the rationale, what the thinking was for just 1 to 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that, Sarah. Thanks. So when we plan out our properties, we do have market data that informs what type of unit style we would be building. In this location, it was determined that the 0, 1s, and 2s, mainly the 1s and 2s, would be best. So in terms of the long waiting list, I will say that has not always been our experience with leasing up a 3-bedroom unit. So I'm not entirely sure that our data is lining up with yours, but we have a lot of 3 bedrooms within our portfolio, and those are not always the first to lease. And so it's always really the 1s and the 2s, 1s in particular, that are highly in most demand for us. So I don't think that it's that we necessarily were precluding 3 bedrooms here, but we have other sites within the neighborhood. So at Diagonal Court, Calmia site. So we have that type of product style over at Canopy as well, that is serving that 3-bedroom population for affordable.
Okay, so Lupita's hand go up next.
Yes. So my question, going back to the parking, and I believe you did have one diagram where you were showing standard versus compact vehicle parkings. If you can speak a little bit to, I would imagine the standards being, larger than the compact, whether in your experience, standard is perfectly adequate for people who may, use a large pickup truck for their jobs.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I'll sort of also try to answer your other question about parking that you asked before. Parking is a really interesting subject. We want to balance between designing for people and not cars, because cars are just storage, right? It's all it is. And also making it possible, especially in affordable housing, for people to do their jobs and live the life they need to live. So when BHP looks at it, they're looking at a whole portfolio. So they're able to look at it and say, okay, we have projects all over the city, and this is how well they're served with transit in these areas, and here's our population, and here's how many cars we have. So in terms of the overall parking reduction, that's what was done. BHP sort of analyzed where they stood with their populations and their residents and said, okay, going to be very easy for us to fill up 20 units here with people that don't want to have cars. It's a great spot for those people. If people need to have cars, we've got 80 units for them here. And we have, thousands of units throughout the city that might be better locations for people that have to have cars because maybe they're not served as well with transit. So, gather the folks that really want to live cheaply without a car here where it's possible. In terms of the small versus standard car, I've never been asked that before, and it's a great question. I can't believe nobody's ever asked it. So yeah, you definitely have folks that need pickup trucks, right? They're working in a place that needs a pickup truck. So we provide a good number of those. But the other reality is that the larger cars are more expensive. So in affordable housing, folks often tend to choose, really fuel efficient cars because again, money is an object, right? So we see a lot of the smaller cars too. And in a spot, especially where BHP can manage the parking because they're managing the residents and they can help people, people with a smaller car can move to the smaller car spaces, people with a larger car can move to the bigger car spaces. They can help manage that. Additionally, as people change over time, if somebody's looking at a BHP unit and say, oh, I could live here, or I could live here, I have a big truck, they can help steer them to the one that's, the best location. Maybe it's here. Maybe we've got a bunch of unused larger spaces. So it's really a kind of an ideal situation because it can all be managed and kind of focused towards the people that are using the right infrastructure.
So
Lupita, you want to follow up?
Oh.
You want to follow up?
Yes. So
please.
I went by the colors coordination, and I noticed the blue color. It was the larger ones. I don't know the size, but I was thinking in terms of the percentage of the total that makes up that, and also even for the question that Sarah asked earlier, and that Laura was answering. With regards of the data maybe not matching the perception that we have in terms of who needs or who will live here or what are the needs have within the city. I think her concerns wasn't in the number of bedrooms. My concerns is the number of the larger parking spaces for people that need to we know a lot. I know a lot of people who work in gardening and construction, so they all have trucks. All of them. And so for me, it's a given that if you want to accommodate these populations and moving to this kind of housing, as opposed to the trailer parks where they live now, they will need space for their trucks. And I was just wondering how that rate was calculated, because I know that many times we're based calculations on data that really does not reflect the diversity of our population. And that goes for a lot of things that we know is a lot of skewiness and data. And I'm wondering if that's something that the city is looking a little bit more closely with regards to maybe it's time to revisit those assumptions on how things are divided.
So I'll be really brief and then let Laura speak a little bit. So a couple things. The small car spaces are not tiny spaces. They're 15 foot 6 by 7 foot 9. I might have the inches reversed. I'm sorry, I should know that. So you can definitely put a large car in there. You can put a truck in them. It gets real close, real tight. You have to squeeze to get out your doors, but they fit. So again, I think as a city, we're trying to put less of our ground into car storage. So, I think that it's just a way to help reduce the amount of asphalt that we have. But it doesn't preclude someone from parking a larger car there. Maybe an 8-seat van would be a problem, certainly. The second thing is, and I'll want to turn this over to BHP to answer this. They have, very many units, and they have a really good sense of what kind of vehicles are parked in those units. So I think one of the issues we always run into is, my perception and your perception, all of our perceptions are saying we need this thing, but they actually have the data. So I shouldn't answer. I should turn it over to Laura or Ian to ask. Oh, and to finally answer your question, a little bit more than half of the parking spaces are large, a little bit less than half are small. And then Laura, do you want to speak to the kinds of vehicles in your developments?
I mean, yeah, so honestly, we don't, I don't know that I have data on who drives what vehicle and how big they are and that kind of thing. I can speak to the fact that we, as far as I know, have never had issues with the size of vehicle and that vehicle not being able to find a location to park within a property that they want to live at. So if, for example, somebody's living at Canopy and they drive a truck because they are doing landscaping, we will accommodate them in one of the larger parking spaces in that site. So, you know, we work with folks to be able to figure out what the right solution is going to be in those instances. So I think the 50-50 trade-off, that I don't even know that it's a trade-off, but that the plan that we have for this site is absolutely appropriate. In terms of the number of units versus like 82 versus 121, I mean, I think, you know, one space per unit makes some sense. I think we're less than that because we are experiencing that people are not bringing cars and that they are incented not to bring a car to a site when they have the ability to get a full-time eco pass that's available to them sort of in perpetuity as they are a leaseholder there. And then again, location, you know, the access to the bike paths and the bus routes and that kind of thing has enabled us to be able to you know, really manage what that looks like for the property at that lower level of parking to unit count. So I hope that helps, but again, that's our experience. So yeah.
I think the one part of Lupita's question that I was interested in hearing an answer to, that I didn't hear an answer to, is just, are you considering all the different kinds of people? Because if you're selecting a group of people who need affordable housing, but aren't generally landscapers and construction workers, then sure, you're answering your own question. You don't need large parking spaces. So what's the outreach and intentional solicitation of diversity that you go through with BHP to make sure that we have a diverse crowd that gets opportunities for housing in Boulder?
So we do wide outreach with all of our properties that we lease up. So we start with an interest list. Anybody who's interested in the property just starts to get sort of regular emails about what we're doing at the site. And then from that interest list, then we will open up application lists. And so people will apply, and then we usually run a lottery to select the first folks that would come to the site. So we also advertise in many of the same ways any property manager would advertise. So there isn't necessarily a specific affordable housing manner. We are a landlord, so we're advertising in the same way that any property manager would in town. With that said, we partner with every single nonprofit in the city. And so we get the word out to all of those groups in terms of when we have a property that's coming up for lease. So, in terms of us trying to engineer who's coming to a site, we're letting people choose. So I don't know that we are as directed as maybe what you're suggesting that we're doing, but we are just trying to get people who, think this would be a good location for them and getting that the word spread regarding the property as widely as possible.
And one other really quick point. Sorry, one other really quick point is that not all sites are equal, right? Sites aren't exactly the same. And so good planning and good provision of affordable housing means you look at what's really strong about that site and you accentuate it. And you don't try to force something onto a site that doesn't make sense. So if you want to live without a car, this is a great site for it. North Boulder might not be as good of a site for it. So maybe Holiday Neighborhood is a better location for folks that need a lot of parking. And maybe here is a great location for people that want to live without a car. So we try, and I know BHP really focuses on this, find what's strong about the site, find the asset about the site and accentuate it so that the folks that are living in the housing can take advantage of it.
Yeah, I just want to tag on that. Thank you, Bill. I think it's important to the one map that we had in the one of the first slides is, we are really trying to provide options within the city, right? So there's stuff in North Boulder and South Boulder and Central Boulder, and we just bought in Gun Barrel. And so, we want to have, sort of this selection of housing so people can match what their needs are to the housing that we have available. And so that is the intent. And not every property is going to be suitable or desirable for every single person, but there will be something within the portfolio that meets their needs, in my opinion. So,
okay, thanks, Laura. All right, so John, did you have your hand up before?
Oh,
you have your hand up before, John?
Yes. I just had a real
quick. And John, then Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Is the parking unbundled with the apartment rents?
It is. So the parking is included in the rent. So you would pay extra for parking, correct? So generally the way it works is somebody, it's first come, first serve. So if there's 82 spots for 100 units and every single one of the first 82 units leased has a car, they get a parking spot. That's not our experience, but that's how it works. So first come, first serve. And then in terms of, they wouldn't get an assigned space. So they would get a parking sticker that would allow them to park in the parking lot.
But Laura, it costs more to get a unit with parking than it does to not, correct?
No, we have learned from the tax credit rules that we are not allowed to discount a unit based on parking status, correct?
So that implies also that you're not allowed to have an explicit parking charge?
Correct. If we use tax credit financing, which we intend to use for this project.
Huh. Okay, because I think that's with most of our market rate projects that we see, it is unbundled, and that's a pity that you can't do that.
Well,
yes,
I would not expect that to be the case for affordable housing. Because I like I said, one of the things that I think about when affordable housing is people who actually has less money. I would imagine for people who use the vehicles for leisure, pleasure, those I'm not worried about charging them for parking. But for people who live off the cars, I don't think they're not equal. Absolutely not equal. So they should not be treated the same. That's just my.
Yeah, so this
federal
is
policy.
Things that's like it's a federal tax rule. So I will always have to defer to that when I take somebody else's money and equity to close that gap to charge those lower rents. If they say I can't charge for parking, I'm not going to be able to charge for parking. So yeah.
If we can provide
apparently our federal government likes roads and cars and stuff. Lisa, you're next.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back a little to something that you touched on around that parking question, and that was around the ways that you market and the way that you try to find folks to live somewhere. And I would just be very interested to know for this site specifically, and then more broadly, what you would specifically do to bring in people who maybe aren't as aware of what's provided through BHP. If there are certain kinds of communities or people, whether it's race or age or language or whatever that just aren't as aware. How do you reach those? What does your research and data tell you about the people you're not reaching, and what have you found to be effective to kind of inform people that these opportunities exist?
Well, I think that we have an extensive property management team that does lease all of our properties. And so they're all bilingual and have sort of the connections also with our resident services teams to, a bunch of the different, perhaps communities that may be less aware of some of the project properties that we have. But, the direct outreach is what we find is that people find us. And so we have, extensive waiting lists for different types of products for housing subsidies, such as vouchers, in terms of somebody coming in that isn't aware of all the different sites that we have. We will help them navigate that system and say, okay, so you've got 3 kids and you need a larger size unit. So these are the properties that could be available. And then we have vacancy What we have moved to and away from is big, long waiting lists, because people need housing at a point in time. So instead of saying, okay, get on our waiting list, and then when we get a 3-bedroom in a year and a half, we're going to contact you. Well, that person's already figured out their housing situation normally by that point in time. So it's a constantly evolving website. We have people who are aware of what's vacant when somebody were to contact us. And then we're also, we work with CPWD, the shelter, all the different partners in the city to, get word out when we have availability, and also leasing up. So like 30 Pro is coming right up. So, yeah.
Okay, so I want to move on and make sure we're asking questions around the site review and use review criteria, and not turn this into too much of a policy discussion as to the internal operations of BHP. So if we can try to cut that off to some reasonable level and get back to the task at hand, that would be great. Next question. Lupita?
Yeah, again, trying to just connect, and we apologize, we get excited because this is all about affordable housing, and we are big fans. So just want to know that it's not coming from a bad place. It really is. We're at all of what you guys are doing for the city. So thank you very much. One question I had was regarding, again, the populations that you're serving. I'm wondering, because we do have a fair number of young professionals, and we have heard from them in a number of other projects that have come to the board, people that live, for example, in co-ops. And I'm just wondering if there is any information that you guys have regarding transition from those populations, from the co-ops onto affordable housing under your management.
I am not aware of any information regarding moving from a co-op into our housing. We do, as far as I know, not track that particular data.
But that will be part of, for example, when you do the outreach and for people become aware, because I'm wondering if that would be something that they may be interested in developments like this one, especially since you have mostly 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Understood. Yeah, that's a really good suggestion, and something that I will pass forward to our team that leases the property. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any more questions for the applicant before we move on? Okay, then I'm going to close it out and go to public comment now. Jean, if you would manage the moderator duties for public comment, that would be great.
I'd be happy to, Harmon. Thanks. And so as folks know, perhaps folks weren't here at the beginning when we went over the information. If you would like to participate in the public, you have 3 minutes each. If you'd like to do that, please use the raise hand function. I see at least one person has found that. It's usually at the bottom of the screen, sometimes on the reactions, and sometimes it's in the participants box to find the hand raised. So if you can't find the hand raised, please just send me a message in the chat and we'll get you queued up too. All right, 3 minutes to start. We have Kurt Nordbeck, David Adamson, Thomas Wells, and Macon Culls. Kurt, you can go ahead.
Great, thank you. Kurt Nordbeck speaking on behalf of Community Cycles. First of all, we strongly support the parking reduction that's proposed here. Given the location and the applicant, we feel that that's completely appropriate, and we feel that people will definitely be using non-automotive modes quite a bit. In that context, though, speaking of the curb cuts, this feels like a really a systemic failure. We're trying to shift modes. We're trying to reduce auto use. We're trying to improve conditions for people walking and biking, and yet we can't provide a curb cut at this corner. So someone in a wheelchair, for example, starting from this corner has to go, it looks like 150 feet north to the one curb cut on 29th Street, and then back south the same distance just to get to the connection to the Goose Creek path. So I realize it's not your problem. It's not the applicant's problem. it's not even really transportation's problem. It's a systemic problem. So there's nothing we can do about it, I guess, at this point. But I just want to point it out again to you, and in your role as leaders in this community, it would be great if we could get the system to work together better to actually achieve our TMP goals, our modal shift goals, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. David, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Can you unmute? There you go.
All right. Thank you so much, Planning Board, for your beautiful service. And Goose Creek Community Land Trust is so encouraged by, and of course supports this project, which shoehorns, like Pollard and Diagonal Crossing, a little bit of affordable housing amidst the continuing dramatic redevelopment of Boulder's residential land, especially the small amount of land available for multifamily development, into more and more diversity deserts. So the luxury units like at 940 North Street, 6 $1.5 million condos right in a high density area. The Balsam, 27 Pine, where I think Coburn wanted to develop some middle income units. Fifth and Pearl, Park Mosaic, et cetera, including all the single family zones, which are being dramatically redeveloped into all luxury units. So while we support this project, we strongly urge the board to ask the planning department to measure the net loss of affordable housing in Boulder, as discussed in their great 2014 strategic plan, so that we can see that despite BHP and other providers' beautiful work, our land use practice is utterly in contradiction to our BVCP values, a welcoming, inclusive, and diverse community, with a diversity of housing types and price ranges. And we continue to segregate housing by race and income and purge the city of middle income families. Anyway, we're very appreciative of BHP and Coburn thinking about a vision for residential along Goose Creek. We wish we were doing more. I've done some exploration just a little bit downstream for that, but we want to build on that vision that you discussed so well, so that we have a connection between here and all the way through Alpine Balsam, completing that Goose Creek path, and past Alpine Balsam, into the Woonerf that we've proposed along North Street, and then further all the way to the Sanitas open space, so that folks living at this project can access that open space and go from this very urban area and access the wonderful natural area that is really only accessible by the very, very wealthy community that's there at Newlands. So we're very sad finally that we couldn't collaborate successfully with the staff to discuss our very detailed proposal with very little staff time and drawing mostly on volunteers to help implement the neighborhood info program that you supported, also, put into the BVCP 4 years ago, the planning board supported, and several council people supported at the council retreat. So again, love this project, love what BHP is doing, love Bill Hollicky's vision there. Let's build on that, let's continue that, and thank you again for your wonderful service.
Thank you, David. Next up is Thomas Wells, followed by Macon, followed by Lynn. Thomas, you can go ahead.
Great, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, hi everyone, Thomas Wells. I live across the street at the Goose Creek condos, so right there at that corner of 28th and Bluff. I lived there for about 4 years. I currently serve as our HOA board president, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself tonight, not representing our association. I also need to acknowledge that I was previously on the Boulder Junction Access District Parking Board, just a little ways away. Some of you might recognize my voice from that. No longer there, but I'm pretty familiar with the area. I just want to say I very much support this project. I like everything that's going on here. It's been a great discussion and I appreciate the presentations tonight. I fully support the reduction in parking, and if anything, would ask for further reduction in parking if possible. I doubt that BHP is willing to do that because I know people do come with cars, but in the 4 years that I've lived at this corner, I've never had trouble parking on the street or in the spaces that we have available. There's always parking available there. So I don't think that there will be any concerns with a reduced parking at this site. I also want to echo Community Cycle's comments and those of others that connection to the Goose Creek path there without the curb cut is really just a terrible idea. I've contacted the city several times about that. There are already people frequently walking across that corner, and it's a bad corner to walk across because it's almost a blind corner when you come around that corner there right at 29th and Bluff. So if there's anything that can be done to improve pedestrian and bicycle access at that intersection, I think it would be really, really great. I hear what other people said, that it's not the developer's problem, it's not planning board's problem, it's apparently nobody's problem, but it's certainly a problem for the people that live and use this area. So I don't know what the right solution is. I called and we got some extra pedestrian signs put up there right outside the bicycle shop, which were great, but I don't think it really solves it. Yeah, it's late. I don't need to take any more of your time, but just I want you all to know that as a resident and an owner nearby and somebody who's involved with the community, that we support and welcome this project. The lack of first floor retail is not going to be an issue in the area. The reduction in parking is going to be great in my opinion. So just 100% support.
Great, thank you, Thomas. Megan, you're up. You may unmute.
Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Macon Coles. I live at 17th and Broadway. 17th and Mapleton, I'm sorry. Listen, before I get to the project, which I support, I just wanted to mention that the Planning Board is unique of all of the boards or commissions. It is the only one where the charter provides that the chair of the Planning Board has the right to set the agenda for the Planning Board. And I just mentioned that because a couple of things have come up tonight that really deserve to move in the right direction. One is to get to move the elimination of this requirement regarding LIHTC funds, where you can't have shared, unbundled, managed, paid parking because a project gets LIHTC funds. That should go onto our federal, lobbying list, so that there's a new sheriff in town federally, and maybe we can take care of some of these, because as all of you know, those SUMP principles for parking are just so important, and they're really, they're ones that staff and Planning Board and Council and TAB have come up with as being a way to get really enlightened transportation system in the city. And the other thing that needs to go there, this problem of not being able to have a curb cut legally because of our design and construction principles at the corner is just crazy. I think that it is a stunning achievement for BHP, now turning to the heart of my remarks, that they are able on this 1.6 acre site to develop 100 permanently affordable units. We often forget that the problems or the obstacles that have to be overcome to achieving affordable housing, whether at whatever percentage it is. The HERS rating that has to be 50 or less, the capital improvement fees in Boulder, which are so high, the requirements of parking, particularly tuck under parking like we have here, the requirement for sprinklers and that windows have deep reveals on them. We all support these, but they do make projects more expensive, that there need to be better materials, wood, stone, or brick on the outside. The requirement of what Sarah asked about the setback of the upper floors is a wedding cake design. All of this, including the height restrictions on this particular zoning district, make the project more expensive. So in light of our overwhelming need for permanently affordable housing for 0 to 60% of AMI, as well as the overwhelming need also for housing for people who earn between $60,000 and $120,000 a year. Middle income housing is just acute in our town. So thank goodness we have projects coming through from time to time that fit this criteria. I'm particularly, I think the design for this site is particularly good. The permeability that has been built into the site with 3 very fine pedestrian entries into the heart of the space, the interior, that open space is just wonderful. This is like a pattern language talking about open spaces. This is a classic use of open space. It is sized right. And you have that wonderful sense of approaching the building from that corner, and it needs a curb cut. And Harmon, if I could have another 30 seconds for a related point. I have to get rid of some books, and one of them is Donald Shoup's High Cost of Free Parking. It's a $75 book. And the first one of you, and I include the staff on this, that emails me, I'd be glad to give it to you. It's a wonderful book about parking. Thank you very much, and thanks so much for your service.
Thanks, Macon. Okay, Lynn, you're up. You may unmute. There you go.
Once upon a time, there was an ant and an elephant. The ant is Boulder Housing Partners. The elephant is the city of Boulder and their policy through the planning board. It's counterintuitive. Tonight, you had a project that would have been great for this site, but you gave up MARPA, and this site doesn't even give you 3 bedrooms. MARPA had tons of bedrooms. Know why? Because they got one big friggin' living room and one perfectly gorgeous quick kitchen that was just remodeled. Stunning. Shame on you. On the one hand, you're doing one thing. On the other hand, you're doing the opposite. It's an industrial complex for Bill Colicky. Now, Bill, you did a great job. It looks wonderful and all. I mean, I like European affordable housing better, but, you know, and your Balsam site, oh God, I have to look at that building forever, the Balsam. Ugly, sorry, but geez, and high expense. And that's what creates the model, the industrial complex for Coburn. And the bribe is the federal government, LIHTC. The bribe is LIHTC. And with LIHTC comes, you can't charge for parking. What's not to get? To me, it feels like you guys are like Ted Cruz. You're shipping off to Cancun when there's a disaster in Texas, in Boulder, in this situation. And you're in friggin' Cancun. I heard you talking a lot tonight about what you want to do, and you have a unanimous vote for MARPA House to be ruined, the last good chance of housing in Boulder. That same model can be used for all the fentanyl kids in Boulder, all the, you know, therapy houses for the homeless to get them back on board. This is not the way it should be. And you can do it. Just say no. Unanimous decisions all the time. Talk, 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 and then you vote the opposite. I don't understand you. You know, you got a chance to make Boulder into something. So do it. It's as simple as doing it. And yeah, the parking spaces are $200,000 here. And yeah, the landscapers are going to have to live out of town. And yeah, this is a good situation here that the grocery workers and the retail workers can live here. But they're the friggin' ant.
And that's 3
That
minutes.
development is all this other development.
Lynn, if you could wrap up, please.
Just a second, my glasses. My eyes can't, oh, they're on my head, sorry.
Lynn, last statement.
You know, Hitler had a lot of people doing one thing, you know, so be different because you are different and just say what you think. We don't need to go back to Hitler. We learned that with QAnon. So let's try something different. Do some deep thinking about what you're actually producing in this town, which I've been here since on and off 1957. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Lynn.
All right.
I see
Any more
no
public?
other hands and nothing in the chat. So I think we're through those who would like to address the board.
Okay. Applicant, you have 3 more minutes if you want to rebut anything you heard during public comment.
We won't take much time. Just on the curb cut, you know, obviously that would be great if we could make that work technically, because it would bring the bike path into that corner. So we'd love to see that. If there's any way that the transportation staff can figure out a way to make that happen, we're all for it. That's all I wanted to pass on.
Okay, let me ask you if you would, and I don't know if legal's going to agree with me that we could even do this, but would you voluntarily agree to a commitment as a condition of approval whereby upon redevelopment of 2860, 2890 Bluff Street, I guess, the across the street building to the south, or any city project that would redevelop the path, that you would be obligated to cooperate and participate in that project to the extent required to make the improvements on your side of Bluff Street?
Absolutely. The only thing I would ask is just if you could just condition it to staff's approval or recommendation, just because, you know, we were told that it's a problem. So I don't want to be in a position where the condition says we have to do something that staff says we can't do. So with the exception of that, we definitely want to participate in that.
Okay, so planning board, you heard that. We can make that a condition along those lines if we choose to go that way. So that's it from the applicant side. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Let's deliberate now. Any general comments before we go into the 3 key issues? Sarah?
So I have a general comment which has to do, I'm going to go back to the concerns about the traffic issues. And I guess this is more of a question to staff or a suggestion to consider just transforming Bluff from 28th through the curve all the way to Valmont into a one-way street, which would reduce the danger of that curve, which is probably not going away, but could also reduce some of the challenges of traffic flow. Just a general thought.
Yeah, well, maybe Andrew, if you can pass that on to transportation, that would be great.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, David?
Yeah, I think this is the subject that could be considered a general thought. I'll just piggyback on that and say, well, not only one way, maybe, or whatever, but this is not a thoroughfare. This is a place where people should drop down to 0 miles per hour. And my vision for that curve would be to make a walking plaza. We could make Pearl Street Mall. That shouldn't be a car-oriented space. Raise it up and make the whole thing a walking plaza all the way around that curve. And I know that the DCS doesn't have that, but I figured I'd make the speech before we go into the details of approving this fabulous project. So Thank you, Community Cycles. Thank you, Macon. I totally agree with you. There was in the, just one last thing, in the City Council retreat this year, they have proposed that TAB people come to our concept reviews. So if more people are yelling for that at concept review, I know we brought this up in June, perhaps we could figure out ways to make these things happen. If we have more voices from the transportation side kind of saying how these things could dovetail into these projects.
Yeah, David, I like your idea. And I think even if you did allow for vehicular traffic along Bluff between 28th and 29th and around the curve, it could be a Voner, if it could be, you know, paved in such a way that made it clear that it was a pedestrian plaza, that delivery vehicles and, you know, occasional employees could use. I think there's probably some parking issues around the buildings back in there that would have to be addressed. But, you know, at some point when it redevelops, that could be pretty cool. Okay, any other general comments before we go to key issues? All right, so the first key issue has to do with whether the project meets the applicable site review criteria, which, as you all know by now, can be found in section 9-2-14H of the Boulder Revised Code. I'll take hands. Okay, then we got a thumbs up from Sarah, meaning that it meets the applicable site review criteria. David, do you want to speak to the key issue?
Yeah, I'll just say that I think that we've seen huge improvements since the concept review, lots of things addressed. Open space has been fine-tuned. It's consistent with both the land use, general business, and the BMS zoning, with the exception of the ground floor, which we'll talk about later. Setbacks look great. They're a little bit over what's required, and I have no problem with the third floor setbacks, and I have no problem with height proposals. So yes, I would say across the board, yes.
Does anybody else have anything specific that they want to call out about how this project meets the site review criteria or fails thereof? John Gerthel.
Yeah, I think this project does meet the site review criteria. At the same time, I think I would just like to make it known that in general, when we're asked to make changes of this tech, I think it is interesting to be informed about how this fits into the overall picture in Boulder. For example, whether we are causing a lack of commercial space or more expensive retail space by eliminating what would normally be called for. So while I think this is an appropriate project in this location, in general, I think when these changes are being sought, we should be looking at the big picture as well.
Sarah?
I'd like to just piggyback on what John said. I mean, this project looks great, and it's also going to achieve something. It's going to continue a process of gentrification from a lot of commercial space to much more residential space over time. I mean, we just know that's what's going to happen. And there are a lot of locally owned small businesses back in that little area. And I think we just need to be thinking about how to ensure that some of that space does not just get gobbled up by 100% residential development back there. And I know that's a longer term question, but I think we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I will just piggyback before I call on Lisa, but provide the flip side to that coin, which is, you know, the strip malls in that area. That's like my absolute favorite and probably only place to go in Boulder for a plethora of different ethnic grocery stores. You know, there's an Asian grocery across the street. There's Mediterranean around the corner. I'm forgetting one already. Lisa, maybe you remember, but there are three. There's definitely a Vietnamese.
Do you mean Mediterranean, like the Middle Eastern one?
Yeah, there's a Middle Eastern one, and
Yeah.
it's well, it is Mediterranean because it's also got Greek and Turkish and stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's a really cool. There's a fish tank store and stuff like that, and to have in that area the cleaners and stuff, to have more residents in a place that really it's a place that generally people have to drive to. I think that'll be good for the local business. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, so just to kind of come off of what other folks have said, I've appreciated this project since we first saw it and kind of saw it come along, and I think good changes were made. I agree with some of the recommendations around looking to the curb cut when and if that's possible. But yeah, I think it meets the criteria, and I'm excited by the work that BHP and Coburn have done on this particular project.
Yeah, and I'll just say I think it meets the criteria, and to the extent that we can condition it to meet the criteria better, policy 6.18 neighborhood streets and alleys connectivity would be served by the curb cut and connection to the Goose Creek Path connector, and maybe we can craft a condition that would call for that connection to be made better with a curb cut at some point in the future if the city supports it and if the redevelopment occurs. Any other thoughts on key issue 1? Okay, move on to 2. Does the proposed vehicular parking reduction meet the criteria in specifically the site review criterion 9214H2L? Applicants requesting 33% parking reduction, 32. Thoughts? Lupita? Nope. Peter?
Is it even possible to add more parking without going underground?
I don't know. What do you think about the question of whether the parking reduction meets the site review criteria for parking reduction?
I find it acceptable.
Good. Anybody else?
No.
David, you want to put some more meat on that bone?
Sure. I want to just say that I thought Lupita's ideas and the things that you brought up earlier with regards to accommodating people who rely on their vehicles for their livelihood were very important. But I think that there's something that I hope BHP can take away as just kind of a general comment for BHP management of properties where people have needs. So I'm not sure that I consider that something uniquely tied to this particular proposal. But I do think that as you accept people into the, from the lottery, and as you match people up with properties, it's really very, very insightful to know that, not everybody can just, the parking reductions can affect people in different ways. So, but in general, the parking reduction is very appropriate. And I love the fact that EcoPass is part of the program or part of the proposal, and there's going to be EV charging in the parking lot. So I think I would support this for sure.
Okay. Any other thoughts on key issue 2? Okay. Looks like planning board feels that in general it meets that criterion for parking reduction. Last key issue: is the proposed ground floor residential use consistent with the use review criteria? And they're in 9215E. So business Main Street areas generally require first floor retail, but in certain cases through use review, that requirement can be waived. What do we think of that? Lupita, and then Peter.
I feel very comfortable with this particular case where it really is not that critical. That area does have quite a bit of other smaller businesses. So I think it's just the location is perfectly legitimate and appropriate not to have it on the first floor.
Thank you. Peter.
I'm totally fine with it. If you can't see retail, it dies. And this is not going to be seen by enough cars to support it. So it'll be an albatross around the project's neck, and it'll take away what could be housing.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah,
David.
we had this conversation during concept review and came to pretty much the same conclusions. So, I would also point out that we're not displacing any commercial since it was a health club. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts, or does anybody want to make a motion? Lupita?
If nobody makes it, then I'll make the motion that we approve. I don't have the motion in front of me though. I don't have the.
So if you have your computer, it's page 3 of 74, has a box in the middle, and there's suggested motion language. And if not, we can ask staff to put up the motion language.
Oh, somebody did. I was on the
Andrew did
I was in the
already.
middle of getting it there. Okay. Yes. So I would like to make the motion to approve site review and use review case LUR 2020-00038, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached criteria checklist as findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum.
All right. Thanks for putting that up. You can take down the recommendation, please. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I saw David Ensign seconded. Any discussion to the motion? Okay. All right, then the planning board's motion is to approve site review and use review case number LUR 2020-0038, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached criteria checklist as findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum. Take a vote on this, starting with the motion maker, Lupita.
Aye.
David?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it passes 7-0. Congratulations.
Thank you, Planning Board. And I just wanted to mention, we had to press Andrew into service due to all the COVID stuff, and just thank him for that. The project is a lot better due to his input and help. So thanks to everyone, and thanks to you tonight.
Great. Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
job, Andrew.
And thank you to staff and to the board. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right.
All right.
Your eyes look amazing.
Who's speaking?
Your eyes look amazing in those glasses. They're bright blue.
Oh, I had to move because my husband went to bed. So I'm now in a different location because my office was in my bedroom. So I got kicked out.
The new world of Zoom. All right, well, let's move on to matters. It's 10:28, so we're getting close to where we're supposed to be ending the meeting, and technically we need a vote to start another agenda item. So can we just do a thumb vote if we want to finish the meeting get through matters and debrief? Okay, I see a majority. All right, so do we have any matters from the planning director to start with?
I was just waiting to see if
Jacob, any response.
I was just going to see if Jacob was going to chime in, but I don't think we have any matters from staff this evening.
Okay. Anything from Hella from the city attorney's office? Oh, hi, Jacob.
Good. Sorry, I was just reaching for my unmute button. You're reaching for my unmute here in the darkness, and no matters from me. Still here, and thank you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. How about you, Hella? Is there anything from the city attorney's office?
No, nothing from me.
Okay. How about planning board? Do we have any matters from planning board? Lupita.
Yes, we had a question regarding, again, notices going on to renters. I thought we keep bringing this up, and again, in the packet that we got, there was no mention on notice. I mean, it is the mention of notice to property owners near the project, but again, there was no notice to the renters. And I think I just would like to know if there's any movement regarding that.
So right now the code still,
cancel.
Yeah, right now the code still requires that notification be sent to property owners within 600 feet of the site. I know that the board included that in their annual letter to council. Council didn't direct staff to take up any code changes to that effect in the coming year.
So,
and I mentioned it in a relatively smarmy fashion when I made my presentation to City Council.
So
something about we've been asking for this for 5 years. I don't remember.
So Harmon, so is it appropriate to say, I will not vote for anything that does not include that? Is there something that can be done, like to force this thing to be done? Because I don't see what the problem is. I really don't. So unless there's something hidden there that I'm not aware of, I would like to be educated about it, because to me it's something that shouldn't take too much. But then again, I'm ignorant about this. It's just, to me, something that is fair, and it should just be brought up so long. It just makes no sense to me. It's like keep adding 2 + 2 and keep getting 3, knowing that it should be a 4. Just to me, at that level.
So Lupita, as a fellow planning board member, I would not recommend that you stop voting as a protest. We don't do voting hunger strikes. And I don't know if that would make the difference that you'd want it to, but I would suggest that there's a soft power that you have on planning board that you can explore. You can call any city council member who you think will listen and just ask for some time and speak to them and tell them how it affects our decision making and why it would be better if they would recommend, or if they would propose code changes, or if they would direct staff to make them. But I think you can just use some of the skills that you have, persuasive skills that you have, and the connections that you've made in the position that you have, and see if you can, get a campaign going.
I appreciate. I was being facetious, but I just thought I made at least one person laugh. So yeah, but that's
well, you got me laughing.
And
that was two of it. I was looking at Sarah. She was laughing hard over there. Thank you.
I just want to jump in. We made a home gym, and I have an iPad in that gym, so I can watch city council meetings sometimes. So I actually watched most of the retreat or the strategy session in January. And it was a uniquely difficult year to add things to the work plan. There's a lot of rigidity right now because of all the things around COVID and social equity that we're dealing with right at the moment. So I think it was a uniquely difficult year. You're right, we have asked for, this is like the 5th year in a row, because we've asked every year I've been on planning board. So hopefully we can maybe, as things loosen up, find a little opening to get that addressed. But I don't think that it even came up, because there were just bigger fish to fry in the meeting. So I just wanted to say that I did appreciate that at least we got it in there again, and we'll do it again next year if it isn't done.
You're right. I forgot about this being COVID year. So I thank you for the reminder.
Work plan, on the other hand, work plan is sort of a rigid structure that we have that only gets visited once a year, and it does make it hard for us sometimes. So,
Sarah.
So you all may have gone over this in matters in the last meeting, which I missed, but I'm curious if either Charles or Jacob could highlight for us what components of our letter the city council did put on their work plan.
I think, and Jacob can feel free to chime in, really the main thrust was to stay the course on the council priority code changes that have been lined out. So community benefit and site review criteria, as well as the continuation of the use standards and tables, completion of the East Boulder sub-community plan, and continued work on CU South. I think in recognition of the fact that we've had staffing reductions due to COVID budget constraints. that if we can continue on with the existing council priority code changes in the next year, that should be our focus.
So those priority code changes are the use table or
use
something?
Use tables and community benefits.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other matters from the board? I didn't have, when we did agenda, I don't think I had any. Charles, you don't remember me mentioning anything. It's kind of late.
I do.
Yeah, okay.
Well, because actually,
okay,
one thing we talked about, Harmon, was we do at some point have to discuss, City Council would like TAB to be involved in our concept plans in the next year. And so we kind of have to figure out how that's going to work. And also, I believe DAB involvement at some level.
And so I was going to touch on that as part of our calendar check because we've earmarked some time coming up.
I was going to touch on that too.
Great. Okay, great. Well, then let's move on to calendar check. We'll do that first.
So we have, Cindy, do we still have the bias and microaggression workshop on the 25th?
Yeah, no, I was going to let you know that the bias and microaggression workshop, the dates for that are definitely March 25th is part 1 and April 22nd is part 2. And it'll be from 5 to 9. And it's going to be a joint session or joint workshop. You're going to be doing it with HAB, the Housing Board, and HRC, which I don't know what that is.
Human Relations Committee.
Thank you. So it's going to be, it'll be a joint workshop, and I think you're going to really enjoy it because I've done it myself.
Me too. It's excellent.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So, and I believe I've sent you all the link for those dates, but I'll send reminders to you. And then I also want to let you know, I've sent you a poll and I've heard back from just over half of you. I've heard back from 4 of you that they're tentatively on April 5th, which is a Monday. They would like to, they're proposing a planning board and TAB joint meeting just for 2 hours. It's not in stone yet, but that's the proposed date. So I haven't heard from Lupita, Harmon, or Peter if you're on board with that date.
And Cindy, that's for discussion of the East Boulder sub-community plan, right?
That's correct, yes.
April 5th. I was holding it out for
Cindy, I wouldn't expect to hear from me.
Ah.
I don't, you
We'll
shouldn't
touch on
expect to
that
hear
too,
from me.
Harmon, as part of the calendar check.
Okay.
Easter Monday, April 5th.
Can you remind me again the time for it?
Proposed at 6 o'clock, 6 to 8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that
it's not definite, but
in the evening, yes, I might have something earlier, which is in the works. But yeah, I think at that time I can.
Okay. And Harmon, are you joking about not hearing from you, or?
No, because it'll be after the selection of a new planning board member.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So board and commission interviews with council are slated to wrap up on the 11th of March. So that makes Harmon's last meeting March 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have your own joint session.
Peter, how are you with that date? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, we can do that. It's Easter Monday. What better day to do it?
Yeah.
According to my calendar, it said Easter Monday.
I'll let you know for sure, of course, when it's a definite.
Maybe nothing but joint sessions for me after planning board's over.
So speaking of March, we have some big nights. Harmon's last meeting will be a very long night. We'll be doing the Waterview site and use review. So the 5801 East Arapahoe, which has kind of been in the works for a really long time. So, and then on the 18th, we have the Hill Hotel. And then on April 1st, we have a concept plan application for some pretty significant changes to the campus at Ball Aerospace out on East Arapahoe. So a couple of big items coming before the board.
I'm
So,
sorry, Charles, you said March 4th is Waterview?
Correct.
Oh, I have in my calendar, that's one of the nights for the board and commission interviews.
It is.
So we have a planning board meeting the same night as those board and commission interviews?
Correct.
Okay.
But just to be clear, those are only interviewing candidates for the open seat on planning board.
Right.
We don't have to be part of those.
No, I know, but I like to listen in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it'd be nice if they put the planning board ones on a different night, so we could just tune in and see those and then not think about it.
Yeah, and I'll double check and see, Sarah, that's actually a good point. Typically they'll do the planning board because they're always on a Thursday night, but they typically try to pick one where the board's not meeting. So I'll double check and see if the planning board interviews will be held on the 11th.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure. So I think that's kind of everything that's coming up in the next month or so.
That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, so any planning board members have to talk about calendar issues for us, absences that are expected or anything? Okay, debrief. Anybody want to debrief at all around what we did tonight, what we heard?
I'd like to say something. I think it was very interesting tonight how many big ideas or thematic ideas were brought up that weren't actually specific to a particular project, but the project catalyzed some thinking. And I'm just curious, where do we park those ideas so that we can revisit them? How do we park those ideas?
Your diary?
I mean, I just feel like we, our job most of the time is looking at specific projects, but over time themes emerge that come out when we're looking at a specific project. And I just wouldn't want us to lose track of those themes.
Lupita?
That actually is a good idea, that maybe even just identifying one or two that maybe we're even recognizing whether we agree on it, and then sort of like whether we park them until we have a retreat or select one of the evenings when we do have a little bit of more open time to revisit it. Because I agree that sometimes things come up and not to regularly go back to start from zero, but be better prepared that if we were to face a similar issue, that we are in a better position because we have talked through it at least a little bit more. And I can see we can be more effective next time. And I can think of one of the things that came up tonight, for example, for me, the whole idea of holding, for example, the applicant accountable for things that are really a result of the choices on how they want to go forward with a project, namely, the issue of the noises, with the noise regarding, tenants, or whether the tenants should be responsible or the owner or management company, or a joint responsibility. To me, that was a very important topic. So I don't know. That might be something that I will suggest, and I'm sure there were other ones, but that one was, for me, was because I came to the meeting thinking, I wonder I'm the only one who thinks that we need to have the management company or the developer being a little bit more responsible with, what may happen at this property, considering, at least from my perspective, how clear it was that it really was problematic for the neighborhood. Because we were making some concessions that was really not necessarily serving the community better. And I wanted to minimize that negative impact. That was my biggest concern. So one of them was, don't let the company off the hook that easily, because I think that we can get better projects when they realize that they are going to be held accountable when they make choices and the way that they bring the projects to us. Anyways, that I've said enough.
I'll chime in. Lisa, you can go first if you want.
I was just going to say that I appreciate that coming up, and that's something that I think we got to really dig in on when we were putting our letter together for council. And it's a tension that I regularly feel, you know, which is this one side where I'm like, okay, I want to like stick to the narrowness of the questions that are at hand and not have this meeting. And I know it's 10:45, not have the meeting go to midnight and, you know, stay on task and all of that. And at the same time, there are these broader values and this public trust that is embodied in us as individuals and us as a board, that I think we have to bring to bear on our votes and our decisions and things that we make, or even if we find that we're constrained by the terms of what we're voting on and by the code that, you know, that we do then bring forward to council or flag for them. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say I really appreciate you bringing that up, because I don't want it to get too often to policy, as fun as that is to talk about. But I also don't want us to lose that, because that's kind of the importance of why we're doing the work, and I think why we volunteer our time in this way. So
I think it's a tough place to be on planning board, because most of what we do is quasi-judicial, and the applications come to us. And so, you know, we don't get to choose what applications come to us. And so, you know, I hear members of the public saying, well, why don't you just deny that? It could have been better. Well, you know, we have to judge a project based on whether it meets the criteria that are in front of us. And there are legal consequences if we don't. And so, you know, if we got to pick what was coming in our direction, maybe the public's faith in us that we have that power would be well founded. But I think the faith is that the public has is poorly founded, because we don't have the right to pick what applications come to us. And so I heard the two planning board members who complained about the Marpa House not being the right project. I also saw them, you know, put their pants on and vote based on the criteria when the time came. And then I heard a member of the public rake them over the coals for doing it. Well, why didn't you vote your conscience? Because your conscience doesn't have to do with the criteria. And so you're not doing your job if you just vote your conscience. You're actually violating your job as a planning board member if all you do is vote on things you like. And so that's, you know, that's the bind that we're in. And I don't think a lot of people appreciate that. And my approach over 5 years on planning board has been to hew to the criteria 95% of the time. And 5% of the time, I let people see my heart. And I hope that means they listen to me more when I speak about the stuff that matters to me, like, you know, buying stuff and contracting with local-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses with the vast buying power of our capital improvement program. I just don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't really focus our money on the people who need it, who live nearby, and attracting people who would make our community more diverse and more resilient by giving them more opportunities to come and get work here and sell goods here, and then eventually move in here and become neighbors to us. So, you know, there's that strategy, the 95-5 strategy that I have. And then the other piece is, if you're going to be on the board long enough to be here for the next the next comprehensive plan update, that's when you really get to start talking about direction and, you know, those big items. And, you know, it would be great if planning board could kind of, you know, ahead of the comp plan update, spend 6 months, you know, having 3 or 4 meetings, you know, every 6 weeks or something, to go over the policies and goals, and sort of pre-run the comp plan update. But I don't think that's going to work, because that would be like starting our own whole process. So to the extent that you want to do work on your own time, I would suggest that each individual planning board member who thinks they're going to be around for the next comp plan update go through the goals and policies and pick the ones that you want to argue for, or invent ones that you want to advocate for, and come to the gunfight loaded when we start talking about what's going in the next comp plan. That's my advice. Sarah. And then John.
So I think that's good advice. I might be more of an 85-15 balance, but than the 95-5. But I do think that to come back full circle to what I started with, which was that there are some ideas that percolate up from our criteria-based decision making. I actually believe strongly that we have the great good fortune of being able to see so much coming through the pipeline and trying to evaluate each project, not just within the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, but also within land use code criteria, but also within the totality of the city, right? And I do feel like there are issues that arise that we can see because we do this every 2 weeks, year after year. And it does behoove us to try to articulate those issues and bring them forward when we can, using our voice, whether it's as a board or individually with members of city council or with staff. And we don't have to do it as a whole or as a team, but I think one of the great opportunities we have is to identify where we can see there are voids or vacuums or gaps that are not land use code gaps, but rather sort of how do we get this, how does the city get from here to there? What are the tools that it's missing? And I'm kind of piggybacking on stuff David has said before, but like, what are the tools that we're missing? And this is a great platform for kind of for discussing some of that.
And one place where you can kind of get away with it, Sarah, is during concept plan, where you're less constrained by quasi-judicial rules and procedures, and you can kind of get some of your big ideas out there, just out there, and you repeat them a few times and see if you can get other board members to adopt them as well, and staff. John, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, two things. One is that I agree that concept plans seem to me to be the logical time when we can talk about these big picture conceptual type issues that we're more constrained with on the quasi-judicial stuff. The other was just to respond to your comments on the comp plan updates. I realize now that I've been involved in 4 of them.
Oh my God.
Both because I was a long time on the county planning commission before coming to the city. And I think that's another element that is absolutely made for these discussions of the big, conceptual issues, the big picture concerns that Sarah mentioned.
Anybody else? David? Can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah,
there you go.
We had some sort of crickets playing over our sound system. Oh yeah, I'll just remind us that people come to these meetings and they listen to what we say. So when we do our 5 to 15% speeches and have the aha moments that we know that we can. For example, whether or not landlords or tenants shoulder certain responsibilities, there's a lot more than just planning board members that will go into making those decisions, and a lot of legal things and things that are out of our scope. But when we have the aha moments, I think that we do have a platform and people listen, and then if we feel strongly enough, we can have our one-on-one conversations with community leaders. And a lot of people leave planning board and go run for city council, Harmon. No, just so you never know where people will take their skill set next. So just saying.
So do folks want to let David have the last word, or does somebody want to jump in and add something before I gavel us out?
I would just add that we'll start working on a date for a planning board retreat, and we'll start working on an onboarding plan for a new member. So I'll start working with Cindy on some dates on that for probably April.
Thanks, Charles. Anything else? Okay, well, so, you know, we had a really hard job tonight. A major use review, one of the biggest ones we've had. 49 members of the public commented last month, and I think staff did an amazing job putting together some very, very complicated conditions. Surprisingly, the applicant was mostly cool with it, and I think we did a pretty good job tuning them up, and worked well together. Again, another tough one, big use and site review. So thanks for doing what you do, and being so collegial and so good at it. And thanks to staff as well. So I'm going to gavel us out. Good night.
Hi, everybody.
Right.